We love where we live. Aroha kauana mātou ki te kāinga. Lots of clean, fresh water, a healthy moana, unique plants and animals, some of which aren't found anywhere else. A region that's adaptable and resilient to challenges like climate change, well-connected communities, and is developing with nature in mind. That's why we care for our place, the mighty Waikato. And we know you care about your place too. Make your Waikato even better with us. Tō Waikato, kia wana. We love where we live. Aroha kauana mātou ki te kāinga. Lots of clean, fresh water, a healthy moana, unique plants and animals, some of which aren't found anywhere else. A region that's adaptable and resilient to challenges like climate change, well-connected communities, and is developing with nature in mind. That's why we care for our place, the mighty Waikato. And we know you care about your place too. Make your Waikato even better with us. Tō Waikato, kia wana. We love where we live. Aroha kauana mātou ki te kāinga. Lots of clean, fresh water, a healthy moana, unique plants and animals, some of which aren't found anywhere else. A region that's adaptable and resilient to challenges like climate change, well-connected communities, and is developing with nature in mind. That's why we care for our place, the mighty Waikato. And we know you care about your place too. Make your Waikato even better with us. Tō Waikato, kia wana. We love where we live. Aroha kauana mātou ki te kāinga. Lots of clean, fresh water, a healthy moana, unique plants and animals, some of which aren't found anywhere else. A region that's adaptable and resilient to challenges like climate change, well-connected communities, and is developing with nature in mind. That's why we care for our place, the mighty Waikato. And we know you care about your place too. Make your Waikato even better with us. Tō Waikato, kia wana. We love where we live. Aroha kauana mātou ki te kāinga. Lots of clean, fresh water, a healthy moana, unique plants and animals, some of which aren't found anywhere else. A region that's adaptable and resilient to challenges like climate change, well-connected communities, and is developing with nature in mind. That's why we care for our place, the mighty Waikato. And we know you care about your place too. Make your Waikato even better with us. Tō Waikato, kia wana. We love where we live. Aroha kauana mātou ki te kāinga. Lots of clean, fresh water, a healthy moana, unique plants and animals, some of which aren't found anywhere else. A region that's adaptable and resilient to challenges like climate change, well-connected communities, and is developing with nature in mind. That's why we care for our place, the mighty Waikato. And we know you care about your place too. Make your Waikato even better with us. Tō Waikato, kia wana. We love where we live. Aroha kauana mātou ki te kāinga. Lots of clean, fresh water, a healthy moana, unique plants and animals, some of which aren't found anywhere else. A region that's adaptable and resilient to challenges like climate change, well-connected communities, and is developing with nature in mind. That's why we care for our place, the mighty Waikato. And we know you care about your place too. Make your Waikato even better with us. Tō Waikato, kia wana. We love where we live. Aroha kauana mātou ki te kāinga. Lots of clean, fresh water, a healthy moana, unique plants and animals, some of which aren't found anywhere else. A region that's adaptable and resilient to challenges like climate change, well-connected communities, and is developing with nature in mind. That's why we care for our place, the mighty Waikato. And we know you care about your place too. Make your Waikato even better with us. Tō Waikato, kia wana. We love where we live. Aroha kauana mātou ki te kāinga. Lots of clean, fresh water, a healthy moana, unique plants and animals, some of which aren't found anywhere else. A region that's adaptable and resilient to challenges like climate change, well-connected communities, and is developing with nature in mind. That's why we care for our place, the mighty Waikato. And we know you care about your place too. Make your Waikato even better with us. Tō Waikato, kia wana. We love where we live. Aroha kauana mātou ki te kāinga. Lots of clean, fresh water, a healthy moana, unique plants and animals, some of which aren't found anywhere else. A region that's adaptable and resilient to challenges like climate change, well-connected communities, and is developing with nature in mind. That's why we care for our place, the mighty Waikato. And we know you care about your place too. Make your Waikato even better with us. Tō Waikato, kia wana. We love where we live. Aroha kauana mātou ki te kāinga. Lots of clean, fresh water, a healthy moana, unique plants and animals, some of which aren't found anywhere else. A region that's adaptable and resilient to challenges like climate change, well-connected communities, and is developing with nature in mind. That's why we care for our place, the mighty Waikato. And we know you care about your place too. Make your Waikato even better with us. Tō Waikato, kia wana.
Councillors, we'll go ahead and open our long-term plan deliberations meeting on the 27th of May, 2024. Start with a karakia.
Morning, councillors. Whakataka te hau ki te uru, whakataka te hau ki te tonga, kia makinakina, ki yuta, kia mataratara ki tai, ehi aka ana ti arakura, ki tio, ki huka, hi hohu, ti hei mauri ora.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chief Executive. Much appreciated. All right. Okay. Health and safety statement. We'll take that as read. That is on page 6 of your agenda. Nothing new in that, so we'll take that as read. Apologies. Do we have, I see we've got Councillor Cookson and Councillor Mahuta, as well as Councillor Kneebone online. In the chambers, we have Councillors Hodge, Smith, Dunbar, Smith, Nicol, Strange, Downard, Marr, Graff, Hughes, and Clarkson, alongside myself. So
And we've received apologies from Councillor Hodge for early departure today and absence on Friday if the day is required.
okay.
That's it.
Right, so we don't need early departure for today, Councillor Hodge? Okay. All right, do I have a mover for those apologies? Councillor Strange, a second, and Councillor Nicol. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. All right, confirmation of the agenda.
There are a couple of minor changes. No, I'm thinking of the minutes. I'm afraid.
Thinking of the minutes. Nice. All right. Okay. So, thank you. We've got a mover and Councillor Mahuta. Just while we're talking about the agenda, I just want to flag for councillors how I intend to work our way through these deliberations. We all know that the proposals each can have a cumulative effect and impact, and also have impact over years, depending on the nature of the decision. So my intention is that we'll go through each of these. We can ask for points of clarification. We can have the debate on the issues. We'll take a straw poll, so we will not move a motion at the end of each one. We'll take a straw poll, so we have a bit of an inkling of the direction, but we will wait until we get through all of the items so that we can look at the impact of the LTP as a whole and take that into consideration when we make our final decision. All right? Do you want to make
So just to clarify, you're suggesting after 7.10 there'd be another item which would be decisions on the recommendations?
That's right. We'll run through all the items and they'll appear in the minutes, probably under the master heading of item 7. So we don't need, I'll keep some timestamps of item by item if I can, and we'll take it from there.
All right. So sorry, are we adding a 7.11, which is the final decision? Okay.
So, Madam Chair, there is a resolution at the end of the agenda which sets out the rates increase and total rates revenue required. So that can be updated based on where council gets to with its decisions over the week.
Right. Happy with that? Right. Okay. So do we have a seconder? Councillor Dunbar Smith. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay, now we go to disclosures of interest. Any particular disclosures of interest? Councillor Hughes, would you like to disclose your particular interest again?
Yes,
Just microphone.
I submitted on the natural heritage rate and so I submitted on the long-term plan, on the Regional Development Fund and on Te Huia. Oh, sorry, Te Waka, sorry. Yeah, I didn't submit on Te Huia.
Great.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you for that. Any other disclosures? No, well, sorry, you moved, didn't you, Councillor?
We don't need to.
Oh, we don't, no. We'll just note them. Thank you. All right, now we'll go on, sorry.
Just make a comment. So Councillor Hughes, I think you're indicating that you'll probably refrain from discussion on those matters that you referred to, but that doesn't exclude you from being involved in other matters in the overall decision of council.
Right.
Just a point of clarification, does that exclude me from voting on the long?
No, that's what I was saying on the overall decision of council.
Okay, we'll now move to confirmation of the minutes.
Right, second time lucky. There are two minor changes to the minutes. One is that Councillor Story's declaration of interest was incorrectly recorded. It should have just been noted as a membership of, as an interest of Federated Farmers. The second one is one of the cover sheet dates is incorrect, the 16th of May.
All right. Do I have a mover for those minutes? Councillor Smith and a second, Councillor Dunbarth Smith. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay. We'll now go to item 7. This is on page 21 of the.
Chair, could I
Yep.
just raise a process issue?
Certainly. Councillor Smith?
During the period between the commission's closing, we've received some cross parties. The surf life saving to down to what another submitter submitted on. That to me is inappropriate and should not be considered in any deliberations. And I understand the recommendation from staff is not to change the amounts anyway, but the reality is that they had the opportunity to present their case and shouldn't be corresponding. And I've just asked that we take no note of it. Been pedantic perhaps, but it is a process issue.
Through Madam Chair, thank you, Councillor Smith, for raising that. I might turn to Janine to see if she agrees with a comment I'm going to make. I felt like what was done was that we had some submitters giving information, surf life saving groups, and we had the acting chair of Surf Life Saving New Zealand clarifying a position. I think that was the reason that staff thought it would be useful to include. Janine is just checking the.
Through the chair, yes, that is the case, but I think elected members can put whatever weight they choose on that communication when they're making their decisions.
It may be a moot point, Madam Chair, but the reality is, well, I don't want to predetermine anything yet, but the recommendation is not to change the amount anyway, but it's just the fact that we're receiving correspondence.
After the hearing.
Yeah, where did it stop?
Mm,
So, thank you.
Thank you. Noted. Okay. So, page, yes, Councillor Hughes.
Yeah, without wanting to prolong this, I actually have had some involvement with Surf Life Saving New Zealand previously, and the presentation that was submitted was out of line with the way Surf Life Saving New Zealand normally operates. I actually sought further information from office, had discussions with the people responsible, and I think that they have spoken to the submitters, and they probably don't know whether they've withdrawn or not, but certainly there was an agreement that they shouldn't have done it. So.
Okay. Janine.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, councillors. I've just got a couple of slides here, I guess, to talk through procedures for this meeting, as well as the item on the agenda around the overview of engagement. So with a bit of leave from the chair, just to run through some high-level points around what can and can't be determined through this procedure or proceedings, as well as an overview of the engagement activities that have been undertaken in relation to this long-term plan. So next slide, thanks, Dave. So just to be really clear, as I'm sure you all are, the purpose of today's meeting, this week's meeting, is for Council to consider the proposals that it made through the draft long-term plan after having received and considered the submissions made by the public. Having considered those submissions, decisions made this week will determine the budget and the associated rates that will be set for the period of the long-term plan. Now, obviously, those rates will be reviewed on an annual basis through an annual plan process, but this is setting the trajectory for Council in terms of its priorities and its funding for that next 10-year period. The process to change those will be either an amendment or a variation that occurs through the annual plan each year. Next slide, thanks, Dave. Just in terms of those consultation and decision-making principles, so there are certain decisions that can only be made through a long-term plan, and they are set out on page 21 of the agenda. And there are restrictions on the decisions that Council can make if they haven't been included as part of your consultation process. So you may recall me being a little pedantic about what the consultation options are and how they're presented, because you do start following a particular course once you've actually determined what you wish to consult with and what those options are. So the key restrictions are around setting a rate that hasn't been consulted on through the draft long-term plan, or changing a rate substantially. And the other exclusion is a decision that triggers Council's significance and engagement policy and wasn't consulted on as well. The purpose of the consultation document is really to provide members of the public information on those matters that Council determined as being most significant and in relation to which you sought feedback. And for each of those, a preferred option was identified. That process gives effect to the consultation principles that are set out in the Local Government Act, and that's where the limitations on the decisions that you can now make actually come from. So the consultation provisions require you to have provided clear prior information about the scope of your decisions. Decisions have been invalidated by the courts where you're taking a decision that you haven't done that, undertaken that consultation on. And the views that have been presented by the community need to be received and considered with an open mind and need to be given due consideration. So everything that you've heard through submissions or the submissions that you've read, we have also provided you today with a whole bunch more points of feedback through the social media engagement that's occurred over that 4-week period as well. So that is all feedback that Council should be bearing in mind when you're coming to your decisions today or this week. In terms of the budget, so next slide, thanks, Dave. So the agenda did contain a report that had estimated the impact of all the recommendations contained in the reports to assist council in assessing what it would mean if you were all in with the recommendations made. So if you accepted all the recommendations that were coming through from staff, this would be what the budget impact would be. Those key changes are coming through the Chief Executive's submission to the draft long-term plan, the recommendation around increased funding for biodiversity, and then there is also a report that you will receive through this meeting around the Te Huia funding pathway. The work that's been happening over the last few days is to run all of those numbers, particularly the CE submission, through the budget model to make sure that we had a really solid starting point for the discussions this week. There was, no doubt around those. But this position obviously remains subject to your decisions this week. So Dave, just in the next slide, please. So this is the starting point for us for this week. The key movements that you see illustrated there are in the first 3 years of the plan, with between a 0.6 and 1.2% increase from what was included in the draft long-term plan. In year one, the key uplift was we could see through the CE submission some additional funding required in relation to public transport, and then also the uplift in the Natural Heritage Partnerships rate from the $8.98 that was consulted on up to the $15 that most of our submitters supported. So that rate increase alone is a 0.9%. So I just wanted to present that for council so we understand starting point for this week.
Just to clarify there, most of the submitters did not support the 15%, $15. The average was $8.60, and which was our preferred option, but we consulted on the $5.
We'll cover that off when we
so,
discuss that particular proposal, all right?
So it was 42% in support of that, which out of the three options was the highest. But that's a decision that council will need to make. Absolutely.
I hear what the councillors are saying. It's just the way you presented that. I think what they're saying is, I think what Danine's saying is there's a larger amount of support for
that option.
$15 than others. Wasn't necessarily a majority is what I hear the comment being made. That's accepted.
Yeah, that's fine. And like I say, I've taken the recommendations from the reports, which was to proceed with the $15. So that's built into these numbers. So you might want to see this potentially as a worst case scenario. The next page.
Sorry, just to clarify that you've talked about the specific uplift in year one. Any other comments on year 2 and 3 that led to the?
So the key drivers behind those shifts are in relation to the changes to public transport costs that were noted in the CE submission. So that's across those 3 years as well, particularly year 1 and 2, I think, from memory. And the other one is the natural heritage uplift as well.
Those are the key drivers across all 3 of those years.
Correct. Yeah.
Anything else that cropped up in year 2 or 3?
Nothing substantial.
Right.
Yep.
Okay.
Okie dokie. The next slide, which actually touches on the next report in the agenda. So happy to pause here, Madam Chair, if you want to deal with the first report, which was just an overview of the process, or take this one.
Sorry,
as well.
do we need to receive that report, or are we going to hold all of that at the end?
Okay.
Councillor Smith.
Could I just ask a question, please, and the basis of what the staff recommendations throughout the report are based on, because I detect a level of inconsistency. Insofar as where the majority appear to have supported or rejected a proposal, the staff submissions are often in line, and Ben's alluded to the point of the natural heritage rate, 42% is the largest group, but it's not 50%, which is Chris has alluded to. The other issue that concerns me is the inconsistency in the rural rate, where while only 51%, that is the majority, and throughout that report in the agenda, it talks of all the reasons that were articulated why it should not be in there, yet staff have maintained their advocacy for this rate, even though it's against the majority. So can I just get an understanding before we go too much further what the rationale for the inconsistency is within the report, please?
Can we not deal with that on each one as we work through?
So through Madam Chair, the question that's been raised is, can a response be given to why, for the rationale of the inconsistency in the report? I don't think there's a rationale for the inconsistency. I think that they've been prepared by various staff, been through executive and through the process, and that's what's come out. I don't think there's a deliberate rationale for why that would be the case. I think I see Janine.
Have to, and I don't want staff advocating, because I'm looking for advice in this situation as to why they have gone contrary to the feedback that we have received. So I'll leave the point for the moment, but I'm giving fair warning. I'm going to be asking to understand.
I was just going to say, through the chair, I guess in assessing the recommendations that have been made by staff, that hasn't just been the percentage of responses received, it has been the rationale behind those as well. So it's a weigh submissions, not count them. But they are recommendations to council that council can make an alternative decision on. That's the purpose of this meeting.
I've got Councillor Marr, Kneebone, and then Dunbar-Smith. Marr.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, just clarification, Janine, carrying on from Pamela's question. Just in Chris's CE report, it mentions that the shift of the Te Huia renewal costs were moved into years 1, 2, and 3, where they were incorrect in the budget. Is that what you're saying as part of that PT funding amount? So that's what's going on.
Yeah.
Councillor Kneebone.
Oh, it's just a comment in response to your concern, Noel. I'd be a bit concerned if staff were providing a recommendation purely on numbers of for or against. I mean, there's a whole bunch of things they factor into, you know, and just because there's a whole bunch of reasons, if those reasons are unrelated to whatever the issue is, then I'd expect staff would be able to filter through that and that sort of thing, you know. And as has been said, if we don't like the staff recommendations, we don't like them. It's quite easy, you know.
And I fully appreciate that. Thank you.
Councillor Dunbar-Smith.
Yeah, in the CE's submission, we were looking at an 8.8% rate increase in a 6.3 in this current year and an 8.8. If we could go back the slide. So we were looking at a 6.3% 24-25 and an 8.8 in the following year. Can you explain where the changes are and why we've jumped to 7.2 and then we've dropped back to 8.6?
So through the chair, as I mentioned, the recommendation that's included in the agenda around the Natural Heritage Partnership Program rate increasing to $15 over and above what was included in the draft long-term plan equates to about a 0.9% increase in rates revenue. So that's the substantive change that is between the CE submission, because that number wasn't in the CE submission. This is taking into account CE submission, all of the recommendations that have been made within the agenda to say where, like say, if you're all in with supporting those recommendations, this is where the budget would be sitting.
And what about in the following year where we were at 8.8 and we're now at 8.6?
So it's the wonders of maths that you increase year one, and the baseline from which you're measuring your year two increase then
Percentage-wise.
actually comes down. Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you for that. So we'll go to, so now we're on agenda page 24, right?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So this is just the overview that's been provided in the agenda in terms of the consultation and engagement activities that have been undertaken over that period from the 2nd of April to the 2nd of May. As you'll be well aware, we received 862 individual submissions, providing close to 1,700 individual submission points, with 6 late submissions received. As well as the consultation document, there have been a number of engagement activities undertaken to raise awareness of the LTP. So radio and digital advertising, face-to-face and online engagement, targeted communication with landowners in the lower Waikato. And so we've just provided up there, I guess, in terms of particularly those online channels, the level of contact or engagement that was had with those various methods of promotion or engagement over that period. What has been appended to the report is the extraction of all of the comments received through social media, with some theming of those provided for you as well. That's been provided so that you have the opportunity to see the full spectrum of feedback and comment that has been made, so that, again, you can give whatever consideration or weight you feel is appropriate to that feedback. But it is people who engaged in the process or in a process, a little bit of confusion at times between ourselves and other councils, but it is feedback that we've received, so that's provided for your interest.
Councillor Dunbar-Smith.
Yes, page 28 and 29, comment analysis, concerns about wasted services, frustration and concern, a lot of negative comments. Where's there many positive comments coming out in the online feedback? Because it certainly seems to have a much more negative tinge than the ones we received by paper.
I don't think we've done the analysis of supporters versus detractors. The key themes have been extracted. It is, again, information that the public have provided that I just think it's important for councillors to have in front of you as you're making your decisions.
Especially given a lot of people these days only use online media rather than submissions. It's interesting to note what the concerns are. Thank you.
Councillor Strange.
I read through all the comments. Usually I choose to be quite selective with what I look at online. However, there was a few what I'll call frequent flyers names that kept cropping up again and again and again. So yeah, I think, Ben, to your points, there are a few keyboard warriors out there who choose to make comments but not follow through with formal submissions. So.
All right. And Councillor Smith.
I think, though, people are feeling the pinch out there, and some of these keyboard warriors, as you call them, that's strange. People are hurting. I suspect there's a lot of ignorance in what the regional council actually does. There's a lot of stuff about district or cities. And, you know, cutting through all that, there's an underlying tone that the public want council, this council and other councils perhaps, to, you know, meet the moment, to use that phrase, and pull back to what we really need to do and cut out the nice to do's, the want to do's, and only do the have to's. So that's what I took from the theme of this ability to just say what they think without any care or challenge through the submission process. So I'll leave it at that. Thanks.
Councillor Nicol.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you for the report. And it's really interesting reading through this and this triennium compared to last. Even I can see there's an intensity out there that's coming through that's heightened, which I've heard elsewhere. But the bullet points that you outlined on agenda page 28, 29, the summaries of what's come from that, some of them are quite concerning, and I'd say that this could be things like distrust of WRC, frustration, concern, and issues with the consultation. I think each time there's always an opportunity for us to do things better, and I've got a page or two of notes that I'll pass on to staff of just things I've kept note of that we can do better in future, just from picking up from the comments. You've probably picked most of them up yourself as well. So I'll pass those through. But yeah, just noting that we do read these, we do want to do better. So I hope that each iteration we get better at this. Thank you.
Councillor Clarkson.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a comment about social media and all of the research that's been undertaken on this topic around the world over the last few years. And to be really careful about placing meaning and weight on things you think you can see in social media. Because actually a lot of the people that have made comment, I think the most important point is that a lot of the negative comment is from people who've made an assertion. And the point I'm making is it is an assertion. It has no content or factual evidence sitting behind it often. And then they have not followed it up with a submission, in particular, not followed it up with a submission where they came into council and gave us a rational discussion or explanation for why they wanted a certain thing to happen. It's really important to remember this, because actually a good amount of social media is actually largely designed to cause misinformation and concern and to divide. We just got to keep that in our heads, because honestly, when you read some of the comments that were on, and I actually on a number of topics read every single comment, and actually there were some very nice positive comments as well as some seriously negative and ill-informed comments, including the constant comment which proved that the people who made the comment don't know the difference between the city council and the regional council. It was just again and again and again criticising the mayor's trip to IPA, all sorts of things that have got nothing to do with us. Anyway, look, it's just the word of caution. We've got to focus on, I think, on the people who really made the next step and came in and made the effort to present a rational discussion to us, whether we agree with it or not. Those are the people I'd be focusing on.
Thanks for that, Councillor Clarkson. Councillor Hughes.
Yeah, look, I'd just like to follow on from Noel's comments. I'm not sure who heard the Reserve Bank Governor talking on Friday, but he clearly articulated that councils and insurance companies in New Zealand will be responsible for they calculate 5.8% of hardcore inflation in the next 12 months. That means higher interest rates. We are part of that, and he's blaming all the councils in New Zealand. If you want to be part of that team of pushing up rates and pushing up interest costs, then that's fine. But I certainly don't want to be part of that team or be associated with it. So you can say all you like about social media and everything else. People are hurting out there. We've got the Reserve Bank Governor coming out and categorically stating that councils are out of control. And I've since looked at other places where they're suggesting that councils are in fact greedy. So we need to be aware of those statements. Reserve Bank Governors controlling the country with the government, and we have a responsibility as well to do our bit to make sure that we are enforcing the government's initiatives to pull the costs back.
As the chair of this council, I would never accept a accusation that this council is in any way out of control. So that's my view on things. Just wanted to make sure it got stated. Councillor Downard.
Yeah, I concur with Councillor Smith. And got 220,000 ratepayers out there, and not all of them can do submissions. You know, elderly just don't know how or have got the time, or other people don't in the community, and they are hurting. You know, everything rests back onto a property owner, you know, interest rates and rates. So that's a big concern to me. I'm listening to the other 220,000 that don't make submissions as well, the time, the people that are hurting.
I suppose what I would like to comment on and focus in on is where we see some real success come through in this consultation. I certainly heard directly, either through my personal social media channels or word of mouth, people coming and speaking to me. I heard significant levels of praise for how this council chose to engage with its community through a wide variety of channels, and certainly wanted to just, I suppose, drawing attention to particular comparison to the previous LTP in paragraphs 8 and paragraph 9 of this report. You know, a click-through rate of 1.4% versus 0.78% 3 years ago. The number that watched the video on Facebook and Instagram and YouTube, 146,981 times versus just over 79,000 3 years ago. I think that shows our willingness as an organization to look at different means to engage. And I take people's points that not everybody is online, not everybody likes to engage through that channel, but it's about offering a variety of channels. So I just really want to commend the staff on the various things they explored this LTP. And yeah, there's plenty to learn. I'm sure that we all have reflection on things that we think might have gone better or would have offered us greater insight. But I do want to commend the communications team for what they put forward. Did you want to make any additional?
No, thank you, Chair. I'd just like to reiterate that we do try very hard, and the team tries very hard to find the best way of reaching people today. No, I don't need to say much more other than, you know, we also got, I'm just trying to find the stat, the amount of views we got on our website. We tried to push as many people to our website to see our consultation document. And I think it's something like 59,000, I just can't find the number in here. And that was highly successful as well. And that was the whole point of it, not just to listen to people in social media with different clips and whatever, was to try and get them to our website to look at our document so that they could decide whether they wanted to submit or not.
And I suppose I also draw people's attention on page 26, those Facebook Live events. When you look at that, particularly the natural heritage rate, where we had technical difficulties on the day it was scheduled, had to reschedule it, and we still had 42 people that came online during that specific window. I think that really shows that channel as a way of engaging with our community that maybe we haven't utilized in the past. So really impressed with what the team has put together throughout this process and facilitating ways for our communities to understand what's being proposed and to give them various options to engage. All right.
And I will say it at the end, but just great work from the staff to get us to this point. We'll double round again at the end of it, but thanks for getting us here.
Great. Okay. We first go to the first proposal? Is that what we're going to do now?
Yes,
or are you taking your...
No, so that's the first couple of reports, which are really consultation and engagement and just what we're here to do this week. So the first report in terms of a decision is page 170 of the agenda in terms of the natural heritage rate. I'm assuming somebody's able to talk to that because I'm not.
Who's drawn a short straw?
So, Madam Chair, why Greg's come in? Oh, sorry, Madam Chair, to be clear. Just to clarify, after each of these, are we voting to?
No, we're just going to do a straw poll, just an indication, just to see at this point in time where people might be landing on this. It will not be a motion because, as I said, this has an impact. Every one of these has a cumulative and collective impact.
Just to clarify again, at the end, then we'll have a roundabout what the rate will be, and then we vote on.
Well, then we can have further discussion around various ways we might hit that that appropriate, comfortable spot.
If I could just ask Janine to perhaps clarify, if councillors do have questions about options, you'd be able to give them an indication of what that would mean for any change in the rate.
No pressure at all. I will do my best. Depends on what it is.
All right. Greg.
Tēnā koe, Madam Chair. Thank you. And good morning, councillors. Yes, so your first item today is around our region's biodiversity. And so this was a specific proposal around our Natural Heritage Partnership Program, which funds both our Natural Heritage Fund, Environmental Initiatives Fund and Small Scale Fund. If you recall, the funding that's provided through the Natural Heritage Fund hasn't shifted for a number of years. And so the proposal put to you was to lift that to $8.68, based on that amount taking care of inflation since the rate was first introduced a number of years back. A further option was introduced as well, which recognised that we do routinely see an oversubscription of the Natural Heritage Partnership project, and an acknowledgement in terms of the interest and the outcomes that are achieved through this program. And so a further option of $15 was also put forward for consideration. And just a reminder that these are per property rates, so these aren't based on capital value or anything. These are just purely per property rates across the region. So the results of the consultation are provided for you in summary in the document, noting that the highest percentage was expressed for option 2, which is $15. And I know as councillors, if you recall, there are a number of presentations to you as part of the hearings, particularly from the community groups that get involved in restoring our region's biodiversity, and certainly interested in the funding that we are able to provide alongside of our other partners in the space. So, Madam Chair, I'm happy to leave it there. I do have Patrick Whaley, our Manager Biosecurity and Biodiversity, here to assist with any more detailed questions, but happy to throw open for questions and consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Dunbar-Smith.
Yeah, just a question to you, Greg. You've mentioned that the community groups who submitted actually benefit from this funding. Would you say they had a vested interest in increasing the rate significantly?
Yes. Yes, I mean, they have expressed their preference for very good reasons. Yeah.
Councillor Graf.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Increasing the rate, it's just about tripled from 580 to 15 if it went that way. Mm. What would be the outcome? Would there be just more people applying for money, more community groups involved, or does it mean there'll be different ways of using that money? How do you see it transpiring?
So I guess to answer the last part first, we have undertaken a review of the policy that underpins the way that we put our funding out under the Natural Heritage Partnership Program, and that did introduce some different ways that we will be managing the program. So to answer that first part of the question, in terms of the outcomes achieved with the $15 per property, so there's two elements. One is catch up on inflation in terms of being able to, I guess, respond in a similar way that was envisaged when this natural heritage rate first came in. But the second part is it increases our ability to respond to the kind of demand that we see coming through, whether that means more groups receive funding or there are larger funds or grants provided. Kind of depends on year to year the kind of applications that are received.
Thank you.
Lamar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just first off, I'd like to recognise the fact that I do see the impact that this will have on ratepayers. But what I do believe is that we've recognised that the 580 hasn't kept up with inflation. So bringing it up to the 886 is only going to be able to do what we're doing now with those inflation pressures. What I would say is I think those groups that actually submitted to us, there was some awesome stuff coming out of that the work they were doing on the ground. So, and a number of them, they're prepared to pay the extra $10 from what it is now and also do all that volunteer work. So I think for us, we've spoken through the last 12 months of this triennium on investing more in biodiversity, biosecurity, and I think this is the ideal vehicle to do it with not a great deal of impact per property with only that $10 difference. So I'd certainly be supporting option 2. Thanks. Thank you.
So Nicole.
Yeah, I agree with everything Warren just said. That's my thinking also, and from what I've heard. But my question just, has anyone calculated how long the 868 takes to get to $15 with likely inflation? I calculated roughly 5 years, but.
Good question. I don't have the answer to that one.
No worries. That's my best guess. I'm sure you can all do your own. Thank you.
Councillor Clarkson.
I won't repeat anything that Warren said because I totally agree with it. It's absolutely right. But I did want to point out that we have seen the evidence of these people coming in here and the snowball effect. You know, I mean, the thing is that at the moment, this is a thing. It's a real thing. And there's more and more people in the region that want to do it. And we have that embarrassing problem of oversubscription. But we also have, as countless of those submitters pointed out, the multiplier effect. They actually had the data to demonstrate the multiplier effect. So I'll be voting for this. You all knew that anyway. But if it goes for further debate later on, I'll be speaking again. So absolutely support this one.
Yeah, no, support what's been said and just point out in my, when we went down to Waitomo and Otorohanga, they're really interested in this and just, we probably all know this, but there's been a significant portion of this has gone to the Coromandel, which is all good because there's some really cool stuff going up there, but I think we're going to see quite a demand from other parts of the region, such as the King Country. And so again, I'm really supportive of the $15. And look, you're quite right, Ben. People do have a vested interest, but everyone that submits has a vested interest. That's just the reality of what we're dealing with, you know. And look, this is payback. It's payback time. We've spent the last 100 years raping the environment for our own benefits, and we've got to put a bit back into it. And what better way than to do it via partnerships with the community?
Councillor Downard.
Yeah, I agree with what's said, and this is one of the things that I did advocate in one of the few things I advocated in the long-term plan. But you know, it's just about every speaker's talked about inflation, but people's wages and superannuations, theirs don't go up with inflation. And you know, this is a 0.9, I think, % difference between the preferred option and the $15. So I'm going to have to support option 1 because I just think times are just tough, you know, for people out there. And as I said before, so even though I'd love to do 15, because I think every dollar, we've heard that every dollar spent is $10 worth of volunteers as well. So, and, you know, we had some great submitters in there, but I think we've still got to get back to the majority of the ratepayers that are struggling out there, and 0.9% is just too much, I think, for this time and this climate.
Councillor Dunbar-Smith, then I'll come to you, Councillor Mahuta. Councillor Dunbar-Smith.
Yeah, I mean, I can see the rationale for increasing in rate of inflation, which is option 1. My concern is that was the preferred option that we went out with. And it's also the option that almost all the councils came back and supported. So I don't see why we're suddenly jumping to a much higher rate. And I'm concerned that if we look at what the feedback from the consultation is people are struggling. And we're looking at a 1.2% rate increase here at a time when we submitted, we actually went out and told them we were looking at 6. So we're pushing the rates up when I think option 1 would actually meet many of those needs.
Councillor Mahuta. Sorry, Tupa. We're not able to, we see you're unmuted. Oh, there we go. There you go.
Sorry, just for the same reasons as the other councillors, speaking in support of option 2, but wanting to reinforce whichever option we land on, that the funding in this whole area, not just our funding, has moved. So I actually think option 2 is just holding the line. It won't increase the environmental outcomes because there's a lack of funding all over the place, to the points the other councillors were making. And we must do the work on trying to create an environment of collective impact with other funders. Just wanting to put that point in. Thank you, Pamela. Kia ora.
Kia ora. Any other comments or questions in relation to this? Right,
Just a clarification, if I could, there were a few other things that came up in submissions, whether they be, biodiversity related, like pest control, et cetera, et cetera. Can we have a chance to speak to those in the CE submission section? Because they don't really fall under this very neatly. This is a very clear one way or the other decision. Is that about right? That
Sure.
If we want to raise those, then we can.
During the CE submission or during the other matters?
Other matters, yeah.
The other matters, yeah.
Cool. Just wanted to clarify. Thank you.
Can I just clarify, Councillor Nicol, these are matters that were raised in submissions that you're saying that you wanted to discuss?
Yes.
Janine, would that
Other
be
matters
other
is
matters?
probably the best one.
Well, I'm just wondering whether if they were around the biodiversity theme, whether they're better discussed here, if it's specific to this.
I don't think that they'll specifically change this particular question and deliberation piece. They're kind of like, more funding for wilding pines or support for hornwort and karapiro that came up from Waikato District Council. Quite small things. So just where to address those in the course of the meeting is my only question.
Are those not policy?
I think
decisions?
7.8 is probably the best place for other feedback. So
Okay.
thanks for bringing
We'll
that
do it
to my
under other
attention.
matters.
Thank
right?
you.
All right. So as I said, I'm keen to just do a bit of a straw poll, just see where we're at. So we've got 3 options. So option 1 is the increase to $8.68. Can I get you to put your hand up if you're keen on that? $8.68. So 1, 2. All right, option 2 is the 15. Can I get you to put your hand up? 8. Was that your hand up? Yep. Pippa, I see you. Fine. And then was there anybody for option 3, which was remaining at maintaining it at $5.80? No support for that. Okay. Great. Good stuff. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Okay. We'll now go to proposal number 2. Wait a minute. Am I right? Let me just see where we're heading.
Page 179.
Yep, 179. So this is proposal number 2, simplifying the public transport investment. We've got Director King.
Morena Koto, Morena, Madam Chair. So this report continues with the discussion that was requested of staff through the business improvement review work in 2022 and sought the community's feedback on moving to the collection of a regional public transport rate. The two questions that were posed were, one, were you in favour of moving to a regional rate? And then if you were in favour or not, your view on two models for that. So the focus is really on understanding the level of support for a transition to the collection widening, while the recommendation in the report is to proceed to expand the regional rate. That's done noting that work would be required on the model and on the distribution and on the approach that's taken, which would be reconsulted as part of next year's annual plan. Happy to answer any questions.
All right. I think I've got first. Yep, I've got Councillor Smith, Dunbar Smith, and then Graf. Councillor Smith.
Thank you. I don't really want to shortcut this discussion, but I think it really is a simple question right now. And maybe I've got some questions as well. I look back at the submission from Taupo District Council. They don't want a bar of regional rating. You've got other councils that are quite supportive of the regional rating, but absolutely dislike the options presented. I think this is more complex than what was anticipated, and I think it needs more work. Having said that, I don't see there's a reason why regional rating, whether it is regional rating of the Willing, that is the likes of the ones that supported it, and then what do you do with the likes of Taupo or other councils that want to preserve their sovereignty? So I think for me, I would support the movement to regional rating, and then I come to the options presented. For those, I've not hidden the fact that I went out to my constituency and pointed out the costs, which I do not believe in all seriousness that staff really understood what was being recommended, nor do I believe that some of my colleagues around this table, and I'm not trying to insult you, but I don't think you understood the real implications of what we were doing. So I'm not trying to be difficult here, but the reality is the options were not really fair. And so we heard different submitters say, such as within the Waikato constituency where I come from, is move it to the region, but base it on what the district council does already. Other councils have had other, like Mayor Robinson from Waitomo saying, don't do the 5 kilometres, rate the town. So therefore, I think this is a lot of work to be done before we get to a fair result. And thus, whilst I'm prepared to support regional rating for those of the Willing, I do not believe we've got it right. And if we do go for regional rating, I would like to see more councillors involved in working with staff to get to a result that is able to be taken out in the annual plan for options as was indicated. I don't think we should be looking at option 1 or option 2 in that second questioning today. It's whether we move to regional rating or not, because we have got so much more to do. And that's the way I'll vote if we have that option. Thank you.
Just can I clarify with you, Phil, because since there were 2 fundamental questions in this, I'm just noting the staff recommendation. I'm noting what's listed in paragraph 2, capital I, little I, where we talk about an option 1, and then to capital II, little I, where we also say a option 1. So just want to make sure I'm clear on the recommendation. When you say proceeds with option 1, are you talking about the option of regional rating, not the 5Ks versus the 800K meters, right? Right. So that's a yes.
That's correct. And yes, rereading the recommendations, we could have made that more clear.
Okay. So I just want us to be all on the same page here. So you, the recommendation is that we proceed with regional rating, but you've got subject to refinements to the satisfaction of council. So that's where if council decided that neither options, the second set of options, 1 and 2, the 5Ks or the 800 meters was not appropriate, there's still an avenue to explore further, as Councillor Smith is suggesting, over the next 12 months.
So absolutely, and the report has several references back to a section in the report called refinements, which sets out how we would look to do that and what the wider range of options could be. At a background level, subject to your approval at this point, we're already mapping out when we would talk to all of council around those options and redo that work with all of council over the next 6 months.
Okay, so really, yeah. Yeah, great. I just want to make sure we're all on the same page. So when you're speaking, really keen to hear clearly, yes or no to, at this point in time, yes or no to regional rating. And then secondly, your views on the options around the distance and how that, who and where that rating was applied to. If that was any sort of clarity. All right, Councillor Dunbar-Smith.
Right. Now, item number 25 is talking about refined options subject to consultation, which I guess is your second option there. And it will come through a special consultative procedure through the annual plan. So that's what you're anticipating will happen?
So we've been really clear that if an option other than the options that were consulted upon were to be your preferred approach, there would need to be new consultation, and we're proposing the 25-26 annual plan as the vehicle for that special consultative procedure.
So if we take your recommendation, we'd anticipate this would occur. There would be a special consultation process, yeah.
Correct.
But that, but that consultation would not be, let's say that council decided it's a yes for regional rating. We wouldn't have to reconsult on the yes or no for regional rating. The only thing we'd be going out with a special consultation on is how and where it gets applied.
Correct.
Okay.
So second, supplementary to that, if we opt for regional rating, but 1 or 2 of the councils don't want it, is it mandated over them? Would this be mandated over Taupo District?
That would be your decision. We've said along the way through the consultation and the discussions with councils that we would be looking for support at a district by district level. So there is potential for it to expand based on the agreement of both parties. If certain districts wanted to join and certain districts didn't, then that is an option available to them and to you as part of this decision.
So if we vote today for regional rating, are we mandating or are we doing it because we need some clarity about what that means? If it means it's going to be district by district, that's different than if it's mandated, because we're making that decision today.
Through the chair, my assessment would be that in supporting the recommendation for regional rating, that is a concept that we want to take rating across a larger area. The actual method to do that, by which that's done, is what would be worked up between now and the 25-26 annual plan, and it would require consultation through a special consultative process, because it would be a new rate that we're not actually setting at the moment. So,
but would it require Taupo District to agree to regional rating, or would we be telling them?
So through the chair, that's what we've, I think, Phil had indicated, case by case, district by district. I think we would welcome the feedback of the district councils, but ultimately the decision will sit with this council.
But just clarifying, so if we make a decision in this annual plan to do regional rating, that's the decision. There's no flexibility about district.
So there is, because we haven't determined the basis on which that rate will be assessed.
Councillor Dunbar-Smith, if it helps, I think what I've heard Janine answer, we could mandate it, but whether we would is a completely different matter. we might want to go back at and talk with that district before we made a decision.
Particularly if the rating model looks quite different to what they've understood it to be through this engagement process. So I think this decision sets a direction of travel and means that staff can get on with the work around exactly what those models of rating would look like that can reflect in the concerns that we've heard through some of those territorial authorities through this process.
Councillor Graf.
Oh, thank you. Yes, I support regional rating, and glad to hear that we're not deciding on the model side of things yet because it's completely wrong. But I think that the way staff have put forward the two options has been good because it's created a lot of interest and a lot of feedback, and that's very helpful. And if I've got it correct, we're going to decide on the regional now. Well, not now, but next month. And then we've got a year to work through and all agree on the modelling.
Mm-hmm.
Correct.
And
the annual
reconsult
plan.
on specifically what the model looks like.
Excellent. Thank you. And thank you.
Councillor Strange.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, thank you, staff, for your work on this. It's been many years in the making. And I just would like to remind councillors that we did have a workshop on the rating model, which everyone was invited to contribute to what the rating model might look like. And through that process, we came up with these two options. So it was a collective thought process from around our table to get to where we got to. However, things as perhaps that process didn't get the buy-in that we needed, we found ourselves in this situation. So having read through all the submissions, listened carefully to everyone who came in to speak, also speaking to people out in the community as well. Yeah, what I've heard, is support for that regional model, for efficiencies, for cost savings, for staff time within those district councils that we don't currently rate, bearing in mind we already target rate 4 of them. Yeah, so moving forward, option 1 of the first one, I think there is support out there for us to progress with that. But what I'm hearing loud and clear is that what that looks like still needs working through. But again, I am encouraged that it has, like Councillor Graf said, it has sparked that conversation. We've heard from many communities that they value what they've got. We've heard, I will just bring up Turangi and Taupo again, they want more. They've had huge success with what has been provided, and part of the frustration that I heard is they want more. And so really encouraging to hear what's working, what's not working, what we could do better. So yeah, really happy with the consultation process and where we've got to. So yeah, thank you everyone involved.
Councillor Mahuta. Just on mute there. There we go. On mute. Oh. There you go.
Sorry, I'm not sure if you can hear me from
I can hear you.
Cool. No, just support of regional rating. Grateful for the work that's been done and look forward to the further work to get to I guess more of a regionally wide satisfactory number. Thank you very much.
Thanks for that, Tippa. Councillor Nicol.
Yeah, I think we heard loud and clear from a lot of people that they support regional rating and all the efficiencies that come with it. So feeling really comfortable in that area. Looking forward to and feeling excited about how we could work through with so many different TAs about how they will feel that they've still got really good control over this, about the services while working with us. I think that whole opportunity for better collaboration between us and the TAs, this is a fantastic topic to do well, whether through the Regional Transport Committee, of course, which is where it should lie largely, but also some work needing to be done outside of that perhaps to make sure that it happens. So happy with the staff recommendation to make a start and then work through that and how we can be really collaborative. Thank you.
Councillor Marr.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just noting that there were 3 councils that said no to question 1, so obviously I know councillors are aware of that. Secondly, I have a little bit of concern around our legal requirements for consultation, and I do believe that question 1 directly is related to question 2. So as long as staff can alleviate that for me, that's all good. And then thirdly, Janine, so if we only go with yes, we are going to rate, how does that, but without the nuts and bolts behind it, how does that affect the money value in that year 1 when we're actually not coming up with a plan?
Sorry. No, thank you. So through the chair, the LTP was always based on the premise of we wouldn't actually be commencing any regional rating until year 2. So in year 1, we've reflected the current model in terms of we invoice the territorial authorities for their share. In year 2, and part of the reason why we've got the uplift in rates, particularly in year 2, is at that point in time, it's assumed that funding will come into our rates. The method for that hasn't been determined. So we'd always anticipated this sort of staging of make a decision now, do some more work, and then implement a rate for year 2.
Sorry, I've lost.
So through the chair, I think the fact that our budget has been determined on the basis of that staging, and I was just sorry, I had picked this up to check the wording in here exactly on that. I think council's decision, if you go with option 1 and further work, is not inconsistent with what's been consulted on. But I'll just do a quick read to make sure that
is that
telling any porkies.
I'm making the assumption that if there was a regional rating that came into play in year 2, that the amount you collect is the amount you collect. If you did it, like, let's just say it was general rated across the entire region, it's the same quantum as if it was targeted specifically. Okay. So the rate impact doesn't change in relation to the model.
It's who pays within that.
It's who pays that rate.
Yeah. So through the chair, the consultation document does note our proposal involves Waikato Regional Council rating for existing public transport services in Otorohanga, Rotorua, South Waikato, Taupo, Waikato Waipa and Waitomo districts from 25-26. So, yeah.
And in addition to that, if I understand it correctly, at least one of those districts, I'm thinking Waikato district, have already planned to put their rate up, and that will get reflected into our rates if we were to take it.
I just get Robbie. Can I get you to? I've got a order. I've got Cookson, Hodge, Dunbar, Smith, and Smith.
So I think in terms of that year 2 increase, that's based on a currently proposed program of trial services. There remains a question mark, I guess, over those dependent on funding from NZTA to support them. So I think we talked a lot through the LTP of saying that number is likely to come down if the NZTA isn't able to or prepared to fund those new trial services. But we'll pick that up through the annual plan process.
Quite frustrating, isn't it?
Mm.
Because how are we meant to go out and give any sort of confident indication to our communities of the rating impact of PT when an enormous component of what goes ahead and the resulting financial outlay that is required is out of our control, out of our community's control to a certain extent. And I'm just expressing some frustration in the process. All right, I've got Councillor Cookson and then Councillor Hodge. Councillor Cookson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm struggling with both a bit because unless you're going to provide the service that the community wants, and some of the communities don't want regional transport, they just want community service transport, there's a real issue of why I'd want to vote for regional rating when you're not going to supply the service they require. So
That's
I'd have
an
to.
assumption you're making. Though.
No, well, no, it's the assumption's been out there in the TAs for a long time. So you've got to provide me that you are going to provide the service that they want if you want a regional rate it. I think that's a fair question.
I get a red light.
So that is a commitment that we would make, and we always have made around wanting to work with everybody across communities and councils to deliver public transport that they want. It's always a process of what's affordable and what's achievable at any given time. The change to deliver everything that everybody wants would have a significant rates increase beyond the numbers in the current long-term plan. That may well be what you are looking to do in future years, and that would be okay, subject to NZTA funding.
Yep.
But the other thing is that as we now, over the next 2 years, work towards renewing all of our public transport contracts, we're doing network reviews, we are engaging with communities and councils now and over the next year and a half or so, where we will look to rebuild up exactly what communities do want public transport to be and provide for them in their local area.
You know, these communities have been asking for the service to change for over 3 years, and they haven't changed.
We are in the context of 9-year contracts and applying for funding for trial services every 3 years. We don't have the budgets or the ability to deliver big changes mid-cycle, unfortunately.
But the services the community are keep paying for that haven't delivered anything to them. You got services from Paeroa that one person rides on every day trying to get to Hamilton. Yet the whole community is paying for that one person to ride on. That service either should have been shut down or something should have been changed about it a long time before we got to here today to discuss it. And I think those communities say these things, but we don't listen. So I'm asking for assurance that you are going to listen to those TAs clearly if you want me to vote for a regional transport rate. That's all I'm saying. I just want that very clear.
And the reports on the changes. No.
No, let the director respond.
The reports on those changes in that part of the region have been going through Regional Transport Committee over the last 6 months, and we've given copies of them to you. If they don't reflect what your understanding or the community's understanding is of what they are looking for, then we're happy to continue that conversation. But that work has been going through a process over the last 6 months.
Councillor Hodge.
Public transport is my pet hate. Mostly because, mostly because my constituencies are rural. And over the many years, I've managed to fight for, South Waikato, Tiamatu, but they have over years got what they should have had anyway. So I understand this option, and I think I understand the fact that hopefully with it being regional, everybody will get something. So that's what I'm hoping for, Phil, is that this regional rating will open the door for all of those rural people who have been struggling to get a decent public transport. Because if it doesn't, then it goes against my my thoughts, my belief. So at this point in time, listening to everybody, I can see there's warranty in that regional rating. When it comes to the next one, it's going to be a hell of a lot different. But in saying that, when's the next time public transport will come back to the table, Janine? Because if nothing's happened between now and then, I can guarantee that my thoughts, if I'm still here, are going to change. But today, I'm going to believe that this option 1 is going to help all of our people, our people, WRC in the rural area, to get something around public transport.
I'm going to go to Councillor Hughes and Councillor Downard because they have not yet spoken on this. Councillor Hughes.
I would just love to pick up on that line from Councillor Hodge. It's one of my fast becoming my pet hate as well. Thank you. I would just like to respond to the Chair's expression of frustration about the changes in policy. And I think what you need to do, Chair, is to start to listen to the rhetoric that's coming out of Wellington. I think the policy has been very clearly articulated by the Minister, and we need to follow that. And if we don't follow it at your peril, because that's where we're going.
I wasn't asserting that we should not be listening to the Minister or central government. I was expressing frustration that the timing of all these things and the very clear financial impact that those decisions have on this council and our ratepayers is frustrating.
Absolutely, I totally agree, and that's what I'm saying. You need to listen to what he's saying because it's only going to get worse.
Councillor Downard.
Yeah, this has been a hard one for me. Just what I believe in, public transport, and I do believe in public transport, but again, as some of them have said, and especially Councillor Hodge, I think that's why we advocated in the long-term plan for the extra 100,000 in the community transport. I think that is our public transport in the rural communities. But again, I think I failed the ratepayers in our workshops and coming into what should have been put into the long-term plan. And I think a lot of the people out there, the ratepayers, didn't understand this option 1 and the follow-on of option 1 and 2 with the rating to some people, and it wasn't until Councillor Smith did some of those rating impacts on those people in those option 1 and 2 that really, really scared me, and probably should have been more over that right from the beginning. So I'm really even struggling with the Waikato regional rating over the whole region. I think we need to have, after the long-term processes, to get into this and really workshop it, and then come out in the consultation in the annual plan, really what these two, the regional rating and the impacts they have on all TAs, and listen to them as they come back. Also with the Taupo districts submission, I understand that they weren't totally against the regional rating. They just thought that they would be not heard on the smaller communities, Turingi and Mangakino. And as Councillor Ma said, there was Waikato, and I think Hareki was another one as well. So I think there's still confusion, and especially for the ratepayers on submitting to this, there was confusion out there on exactly what they were answering.
And I would concur. That's certainly what I have heard from constituents, is they didn't understand what they were being asked about. And I think we missed the mark on some of the clarity. Now there's others who still want to speak, but those who want to speak have spoken already. Just really canvassing. I've got Councillor Dunbar Smith, Councillor Strange, and Councillor Nicol. I'm just looking and going, is there something brand new? Is there some?
Yeah.
Councillor Smith?
Look, I think we've heard the regional rating. Yes, it's the next stage of this, and on page 179, you've got the, under item 5, bullet point 2, that having taken into account of submissions made and points raised, council proceeds to develop options for consultation in the 2025-26 annual plan. To me, I will be proposing that instead of what's written. And I also want to see councillors involved early on in workshops about what are the alternatives, what are the options, and really working them up in consultation with staff together, rather than staff going away. We have, I've been part of this process in another council where the staff and councillors work closely, and we got a better result rather than coming back with options and then you fight the way through it and trying to come up with new. Let's work together to build them. So, Madam Chair, I'll be recommending that we change the recommendation there to what I've just read out. And I think, for me, that's critical. Otherwise, if that's not going to go through, I won't support it either.
So just, I'm just referring back to the clarification we had at the beginning, that when we say option 1, what we're talking about there is that the recommendation is that we proceed with regional rating.
Well, maybe we should say
and
that, Madam Chair.
we are, we're going to have to change the wording because we had too many option 1s out there on this. So, so it's that, because I am hearing general overall support for a regional rating. It's the nuts and bolts of it that we need to work our way through over the next 12 months. So it's sort of a rejection of both the options in relation to the distance, the targeting. So neither 1 nor 2 in that.
So, Madam Chair, we proceed with regional rating of the willing, and secondly, that council develops options to be taken out for consultation.
I think it's that council proceeds with a regional rating approach to public transport.
I don't care what the words are, we just need.
What have you got there?
It might just be sort of a full stop and a separate recommendation around.
Yeah, and again, we're not we're not moving out or seconding, you know what, this right now. I just want us to be clear. Well, so here we go. I'll do a straw poll, regional rating, just the regional rating. Regional rating. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 with TIPA. Okay, so we're going to make sure that our motion is saying regional rating, but we all equally recognize that the options we went out with did not have significant levels of support, and we need to rework that.
And do we have to actually qualify that by saying subject to receiving this level of support through the annual plan process?
I think denoting the annual plan process is,
but it's for so the revised resolution is for consultation.
Yeah.
So I think just to separate those two things out slightly to make it really clear, it's one decision that you're making now, and there's one action in terms of further work around the options that you will consult on through the 25-26 annual plan.
Should we, just for clarity, because I don't want people to think that if we made this decision that regional rating starts on the 1st of July of 2024.
So, Madam Chair, it can't if we've got the 25-20 consultation in 25-26.
I ask for a further word to be put in there, please, after further implementation options. Because you don't want another option about regional rating.
About regional rating, yeah, that's why I'm like, okay. Yeah, but we're just signposting what annual plan process that will happen in.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying, like, I believe that it should be, everything should be consulted in the annual plan, even the regional rating, because those options, they follow on from whether they're going to have the regional rating. That's what happened in the long-term plan with this. I don't believe that we had true clarity for our ratepayers to make a submission on both of those.
I
Because
felt
what happens if you have regional rating that's already guaranteed? Okay, we'll put it in the long-term plan, but then we workshop what the options are, and they don't agree on all those. That's the TAs are still obligated for that regional rating, aren't they? Even if they don't agree with any of those options. You'd want feedback on both of those.
I think if we are responsible for regional rating going forward, we have an obligation to go out and we go to the community about the how. We've got to have some finality around that so we can move forward, as opposed to always going around in a circle about who's going to be responsible for agreeing what that rating can be. We will be.
Yeah, but that was the whole thing about the Taupo District Council submission, is that they want to be heard. We're virtually telling all 11 TAs that regional rating is going to come in. This is the option, because we're going to have to, because, it's already, if we vote for this to go in, then we're virtually telling them that all 11 TAs, regional ratings in, you've only got the choice of these options.
So could we?
No, we're saying regional ratings coming in, we're going to work through with you what the options might look like. And that is their opportunity for Taupo District Council or anybody else.
Yeah, but what if they don't agree with any of those options? They're still stuck with the regional rating.
Or the service.
Or can't get funding for them, yeah.
Or the service. They mightn't agree with the service either.
So just seek some clarity from Phil or Janine on it, but they will, if they are doing rating now, they have to give it up. So they can't have another way of deciding what it is. I'm sure we will work really closely with the districts and those communities, because there's still things about infrastructure that need to be provided to be able to enable services to occur. And so we can't do it in isolation anyway. I'm just seeking clarity from the other end.
I completely agree. Everything to do with public transport is a partnership with the Crown funders and with the TAs who provide infrastructure for us to operate buses on, and bus stops and bus lanes and shelters and everything else. So there will always be partnership in this. I believe we have good systems in place now for that partnership to occur. If councils are concerned about that going backwards, then absolutely we should be assuring them that we're totally committed to continuing that partnership we already have.
Okay, I just, is there a point of clarification?
Yeah, should we add into that, that first option number 2, subject to individual TA support or agreement or endorsement?
What I'm going to suggest, because we're not passing any motions now, I think we've read the room on most of this. So what I'm going to suggest is that we adjourn now, and because obviously there's the specifics of wordings and things to still work through. But I would like.
Can I just ask a quick question?
Yeah.
Materiality. I've just worked out, with the 220,000 ratepayers, 195 supported this, which is 0.008%. The materiality of the numbers that we're taking into account. It's the only submissions that we got, but it's less than 1/10 of 1%. I just make.
And we'll go through that. If this proceeds as we are discussing, we'll be getting specific feedback. Okay, I'm going to. Do you want to? Nope.
I was just going to say that is the case with nearly everything we're dealing with, not just this matter. And so that's why we take into account a whole range of matters for you to help make decisions.
And just, I really don't like it when we all start getting up and walking away when I have not adjourned the meeting yet. All right. I don't like that. So I am now going to adjourn the meeting. Thank you. It is, just for note, 11:09. Okay, councillors, we'll reconvene the meeting, 11:21. Okay, so we are now on page 190. Tahuya Rail Service Funding Proposal. I thought we'd canvassed the views, and I felt that there was a reasonable understanding of the different views. We're not finalizing any resolutions. We'll work through later on today the final wording, but
Okay. So just to clarify, what I wanted to say was like in response to what, say, Robbie and Kata said, just to add something. And so I just want to understand, do you only want us to speak once as to the thinking we've done to date and then we just sit there, or do you want debate? Because otherwise, are we having another debate of any kind later?
I'm trying to keep, I suppose that I'm trying to keep this moving, but also giving people plenty of time to speak. Some of the items that we're canvassing, not everybody seems to want to speak. Other items, people seem to want to have a few different goes at it. I'm just trying to read the room and ensure that we're moving forward. So I suppose that as I was summarizing, reading the room, that there was a general support for regional rating.
Yeah.
There was a view that neither of the options that were put forward around the targeting of that rate were acceptable. There was a view that we would utilize the 25-26 annual plan process as the way to further refine a proposal that we could get specific feedback from everyone again, because it would be open to open consultation.
I really like the direction that it's going, and it's just that we heard from, say, Kata and Robbie that they were kind of on the fence on it. So having something to contribute to help them find their decision, is that better to mention it now? Or is it better to mention it later when we're actually going to vote on the things? Because that then results in more of a debate.
Oh, no, I think that if you feel that there is something that...
I can keep it brief.
Yeah.
Okay, so briefly, it was just that, obviously, with what Robbie had mentioned about working with the TAs, I had added a couple of words to the resolution to make it really clear, and including what Mike said as well, to make it clear to anyone reading the resolution that this is something that we work with the TAs on. And I think there's a lot of onus on us to set up those systems. So governance to governance, we are happy that we are all having influence into where the services happen. And this one for Kata was, because you mentioned about small councils not getting the benefit. And my feedback is that what I'd learned from our previous director of transport is that small councils like
we're just gonna adjourn the meeting. We're just gonna adjourn the meeting. We'll reconvene the meeting 11:27. Just for those online, we just had an issue in the chambers that we wanted to address, and we'll now reconvene. Okay. All right. Yes,
I'll just,
Councillor Nicol.
thanks for that, and glad to hear is okay. The last point was just for kata. Small councils like Waitomo and Otorohanga, for example, that they have small teams for their resourcing, and for them to come up with, you know, the public transport planning that then integrates with the rest of the regional stuff, they don't have their own separate role for that necessarily. By doing this, by collecting the rate across the region, we have this ability to employ the staff that then are allowed under Local Government Act to look everywhere in the region for where there are opportunities. So I think regional rating only opens the door for the more rural communities to be able to set these up. Thank you.
All right. Sorry, Councillor Dunbar-Smith. Yes.
I don't see the need to rush through this. I thought we paused the last one, and as far as I'm concerned, we're still on that one. And I wanted to see what the resolution was, because I think we should have in there something about subject to partnership with TAs.
The only concern I have about that, and I'm happy to take some advice, is we do have our regional transport committees that those TAs have membership on. We also have the Future Proof Public Transport Committee that the associated TAs have membership on. I'm just looking for.
Perhaps if I can help, I think in terms of the further work that's required around the application of rating, it could be considered a given that that will be done in partnership with territorial authorities. However, at the end of the day, it is this council's decision around the mechanism by which it would enact regional rating. So a little bit like this, you know, a consultation process, you will have worked with key stakeholders in developing that proposal, you will hear feedback on that, but at the end of the day, the decision on a regional rate and how that may work sits at this table. But
I'm
those
just wondering whether
vital.
we should have a sub-clause to that last, to note that, so that the TAs notice that as well. It's not being mandated upon them. Yeah. So can we look at what the resolution was?
So we've got in partnership with territorial authorities.
But there's no partnership with option one, because that's something I thought was also included.
No, what I heard around this table was general support for regional rating. It was the mechanism through which we regionally rate that was, there was not collective buy-in on a way forward, and the direction was to further explore over the next 12 months with something other than the two that were put forward.
And Madam Chair, we're going to do our best to do that. We're the ultimate organisation that has to take on the responsibility for doing this. If we get it wrong, we'll wear it. We can't, how do I put it, try and drag the TAs in with us in terms of trying to share the burden if we get it wrong. It's going to be our decision, but we'll do our absolute level best to get it right, and that makes sense, you know.
Sure.
We've been asking to do this for quite some time for reasons that everyone understands, eh?
Yeah, I just thought we hadn't jumped to the next agenda item yet. We hadn't finished this.
The previous system was all about blaming other people because no one individual council had the ability to make decisions. So it resulted in everyone blaming each other all the time, which was hopeless.
All right, I really do want to move on, but because I have allowed some option to continue, I will continue in that vein. I've got Councillor Cookson and Councillor Clarkson. Councillor Cookson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I understand where you're coming from, Stu, but I'm still at the point where I can only support one if you're going to have the service is going to be what the community wants to pay for, and you're going to regionally rate them for it. So they got to have the service that that community wants, not what the region is willing to give them. And you've got to make it clear that in the last, however I know, I've been involved in politics or whatever in my region, there's always been arguments over bus services. It's not what the community want. So if you're going to regional rate, you have to give them the service they require. No arguments.
I'm at a bit of a loss at this point because actually I thought it was our role to be a regional coordinator and to ensure that collaboration occurs. And I'm wanting to know what the point of the Regional Transport Committee is. If we start writing documents like this where we're trying to tell them what their job is, I mean, for goodness sake, it's like, and the way I understood the process you outlined, Madam Chair, we're not focusing on writing these motions today. That comes later. What we're interested in is a straw poll to get us the progress we need for the next phase of the development. But honestly, I mean, we have the Regional Transport Committee chair here. We have the membership of every one of the TAs on the committee. What else do we need? For goodness sake, they need to get on and do their job.
Okay, so just in the interest of consistency, I'm going to now do a straw poll on just the regional rating first. So, sorry? I'm just, there seemed to be some ambiguity for people, so I'm going to do it again. So if you are in favor of regional rating for public transport, put your hand up. Okay, so that's that one. Now I'm looking at the specific things we did consult on. And I'm not going to call them option 1 and 2. I'm going to say there was the preferred option, which was the targeted rating within 5 Ks of a bus stop. Is there anyone in favor of that? No. The second one was targeted rate within 800 meters of a bus stop. Is anyone in favor of that? No. Okay. So we know that neither of the options we have previously that we have consulted on here are acceptable. It's go back to the drawing board on it. So just so we're all clear. Okay. Now we'll move on to Tahuya.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So Tahuya was not a consultation topic specifically within the long-term plan, as it had been in the 2021-31 document. We did receive a number of feedback comments from 65 submitters as part of the long-term plan consultation, and the feedback is included within your report. Perhaps more prominently, the report focuses on the feedback or the decisions that the NZTA board made at their meeting on the 16th of May around what they would be prepared to fund from a Crown perspective for the service through to the end of the trial. And as you can see from the board, that's a 70% reduction from 75.5 this year, 70% into next year, and then 60% through to the end of the trial in April 2026 or to no later than June 2026. The report looks at what the options could be for council in the context of those decisions on the basis of what was consulted upon, and includes some legal advice that we have received, which looked at what the statements were across the consultation document and the long-term plan related to a reduction from 75.5 to 51, and what the consequence of the agency's decision is in continuing to provide us with an enhanced FAR of 70% and 60%. The report looked at what the potential options could be to fund the difference between those numbers through to the end of the trial, and recommends that the Te Huia reserve be allocated to make that difference up through to April or June 2026. Now, the Te Huia reserve has accumulated since prior to the launch of the service, in that there was budget put within the 2018 to 2028 long-term plan for Te Huia to launch in 2020. And it eventually launched in April 2021. It then stopped from August 2021 through till the end of January 2022, and that sum was added to the reserve. And then there has been budget included in this financial year and a little bit in last financial year to fund uplifts in service that have previously been approved through annual plan process, which were not able to occur because Kiwi Rail were not able to provide us with enough trained locomotive engineers. So the services that launched in February this year are the beginning of that service uplift, but the dollars based on a start date earlier than that were added to that reserve. So the reserve sum, as per Q3 forecast that went through Financial and Services Committee last week, is around 2.2 million for the Te Huia reserve at the end of this financial year. And the report recommends the use of those dollars to make up this funding difference through to the end of the trial. So the recommendation, we believe, is aligned with the wording in the LTP, which is that there's no additional burden on ratepayers. But for your discussion, happy to answer any questions.
Councillor Smith.
Madam Chair, could I just like to not challenge, but understand, this is the document, we're all familiar with it, went out for the consultation, and on page 22 it says what we're proposing. On the next page it says other work we're prioritising. And then a couple of pages over on page 27, without any other headings, we've got Te Huia rail service. You say, or you said, we're not consulting. However, I believe the inference is that when you include the likes of, for Pete's sake, regional spatial planning, Waikato Coast, wetlands, Waikari, that was all comments have come back through the submissions on that, and therefore, by default, we've actually not necessarily consulted, but sought feedback. And so, to me, it's one and the same. Can I just have clarity on that, please?
Yeah, well, to qualify my statement, we consult on everything in our long-term plan as part of the long-term plan consultation. It wasn't one of the named topics.
And through the chair, there's information that's provided on it. There is no question that's asked on it. So consultation normally is we provide options for feedback. Certainly information on what was assumed, both short-term and long-term, has been pulled out.
It's been pedantic over words, but the reality is we consulted on it because we included it under the section what we're proposing. So I just don't want to water down. I don't want to see the feedback on Te Huia watered down because it wasn't consultation. It was included in our consultation.
Through the chair, I don't think we've watered that down at all by calling it out as a separate topic for discussion.
Just wanted to understand. Thank you.
All right. Any other comments about what has been proposed here in response to the announcement from NZTA? Councillor Dunbar-Smith, and then
Yeah,
I'll come to you.
I have a question first before a comment. And so it was in the CEO's submission, shift of Te Huia renewal costs into years 1 to 3. Now, what exactly does that mean?
So the options that were presented to you as part of the business case work, there was a business case on service enhancements for Te Huia, and you will recall that that didn't propose any service enhancements until year 4 of the plan. so until the trial had ended. When those dollars were pushed out, we incorrectly also moved out some maintenance and renewal money and a small amount of capital that was required to continue to run the service. So the CEO submission recommended that being moved back into years 1, 2, and 3. So the dollars go up in earlier years and go down in later years as a result of that.
And how much was that maintenance?
It's in the CEO submission report later on in the agenda. Let me find it.
It's fine. While you're looking for it, the second one is a capital investment in European train control system. Seems to be 1.5 million in the following year. Now, if we don't go ahead with the, if we go ahead with the current proposal you've got here, then we would be funding that. Whereas if the train service is not going to continue, then that's quite a significant capital outlay.
This has been the challenge with Te Huia all the way through. We're being asked to make decisions ahead of having clarity about direction. We've pushed those dollars into that year because we want, or we need this system to be in place prior to the opening of the City Rail Link. So obviously at the point that the trial is confirmed or not, there would need to be a rebalancing of all of those future projects. Let me just find that page, sorry. So that work is programmed that year because the City Rail Link is due to open in the 2026-2027 year, which is effectively at the end of the trial. So we need to have done that work ahead of that point.
Right. So I just didn't comment. I don't agree with Noel. I don't think we have consulted on this properly. Normally there is an option and you get feedback. The people who feedback were only the ones who were supporting Te Huia. Whereas what we've actually stated in here is it wouldn't be affordable if it was 51%. So a lot of people assumed, given a sub-government decision being made, that there was no point in making comments. So I noticed that on something, the Motoraka water take, we've actually consulted quite extensively, and yet on something as major as Te Huia, we have not given people a chance to have a say, and I think they deserve to have a say in the annual plan.
So through the chair, can I maybe refer to the information that's on the slide and the intent of the report? So in essence, what staff have looked at is the ability to address the decline in NZTA funding for the period of the trial, alongside the evaluation of the trial service, and before there's any consideration of the service becoming permanent and at a standard funding assistance rate, it is the intent that we would go and ask exactly those questions of the community around the affordability and willingness to pay, with rates being one of the mechanisms to top up the decline in NZTA funding. But also, I think, Phil, noting that there's work happening around fare revenue as well, so in terms of that user pays mix.
Yes, but I'm saying that we're going out to consultation on the PT issues at the annual plan, and there's no reason why we shouldn't also consult at the 25-26 annual plan for Te Huia about whether people want the 60% to be used.
Want the 60%.
When it drops from 70, it's with 300, instead of 300,000, we're using 1.6 million or whatever it is of rating subsidy in the second year.
No, they're not. There's not rating subsidy. It's
reserves.
Those are reserves they were targeted rates that were already collected for Te Huia. So
Right.
the utilization of those.
There is, but that money could also be given back to ratepayers in a rates reduction. If we decided not, if they voted in at the consultation not to proceed beyond this current year, then the 1.7 million could be allocated back to rating reduction, and I think the public should have a chance to have a say on that.
Councillor Graf.
Well, just following on there. Yes, that just that reserve fund there, 2.2. If that wasn't used, what's the alternatives? Yeah. And that's, so what I'm getting at is, yeah, if it wasn't, so it's going to be used, is that where we're at? It's got to be used for the Tuhua?
Those rates that are in that reserve have to be used in relation to the Tahuya, because that was the what they were collected for originally.
Okay, thanks.
Councillor Hughes.
Madam Chair. I also support what Councillor Dunbar Smith is saying regarding consultation in the 25-26 long-term plan. I think something which is critical to ratepayers. It's a big number, and we're masking it at the moment. I understand the reasons why we're doing that, because we don't have a mandate to increase rates to cover the shortfall at the present time, and there is reserve there to cover it. My question is to Phil, I guess. There's going to be a fair increase. What I'd like to see is some sensitivity analysis around the impact on patronage when that happens, and what would happen if you moved the actual charge for ratepayers using the service to the level which is going to be self-sustaining at a 50%, 51% contribution from WTA, with the balance being coming from rates from the patronage unit. So that top up between the 51% and the 75%, which was originally consulted on, needs to be tested in terms of the sensitivity analysis patronage, so that we move to a user pays principle. I'm not saying 100%, but certainly a long way towards that.
So there are several good questions in there. I'll try to answer all of them. The independent performances, or the 2-year review document, identified an action and a commitment to undertake an independent review of fares and costs and patronage, and that work is underway, and it's due to be presented to the August Future-Proof PT subcommittee. That report has already looked at what are the ways that we can get more passengers on the train, reduce the cost of operating the train, and then improve our revenue through fares. And as part of that, it's taken the change from $18 to $21.60, which is the impact of the July 1 rates increase, and indicated that on its own would increase the fare recovery to around 20%. But then it will undertake some modelling of changes to the fee structure for Super Gold Card users and potentially children at that number, and also at a much higher number, understanding the elasticity of demand to cost. So and that model is being run right now to give us a sense of what that would do. And in each case, we're modelling year 2 of that change as opposed to year 1, so we get a sense of what the level of recovery might be if people have a short-term shock but then do return. So I'm really hopeful that come early August we'll be able to present a report that sets all of those options out. The report also looks at where does the train stop now, and compared to Huia through to the Capital Connection, which gets a third of its passengers at Levin and Otaki, and then another third of its passengers within the Wellington region at Paraparaumu, and effectively arrives in Wellington with 3 times the passengers of Te Huia, because it is more integrated with everything else around it. Te Huia currently picks up people in Hamilton and a couple more in Huntly, and then gets into Auckland without adding anybody else in. So it's looked at what that may achieve as well. So more passengers, more revenue, and is reviewing the structure of the costings that KiwiRail has our operator charge us, both to operate the service but also to access the tracks, and what the options might be around reducing our costs in that space. So I'm hopeful that gives you some confidence all of that work is underway. What was the second half of your question?
Well, it was really, that covers a major part of the sensitivity analysis. So that report's going to be available in July this year?
Yes.
And so that then will be able to be consulted on next year. so that we can then get feedback from ratepayers whether they support that or not.
So the in terms of public transport ticketing, you've asked us to develop a fares policy that would see public transport fares as a region being considered as part of annual plan processes annually, and within that we would look to take forward the recommendations of council from that independent review as part of that consultation with annual plan. So that story around that was the other point you made around 51%. Based on today's numbers, we know what that impact will be, but the 51% is always total costs minus fare revenue and then split between Crown and ratepayer. The 51% is never a static number. So it's relatively hard to
It's
talk
50%. It's 51%. The 51% is static, but it's
Yes.
what it's a percentage of
yes
is fluid.
Yes. So it's relatively hard to give you a specific number right now. So within all public transport, those budgets that are put in place are based on an expectation of patronage and cost and government subsidy. As we've said, there's still uncertainty around exactly what the level of Crown funding will be for wider public transport at this stage.
Thank you. The other issue is relating to the capital cost, the CapEx cost going forward. And initially we were expecting a 90% contribution, which is now likely significantly reduced. I'd like to see that factored into the equation as well when we get that paper presented back to us for consultation, please.
So the rolling stock process continues. Through the development time for the long-term plan, we have engaged an external team who have been developing a detailed business case for us, and that work is now fairly close to being finished. And subject to the results of all of that work, it's recommending that the opportunity to be a separable portion on the Wellington rail stock order is the most efficient response. The decisions about that would have to be made by the agency separately, and they were very specific that their funding for the continuation of the trial isn't also a decision about rolling stock. That you would need to consider that separately as well in the context of the deposit that's identified in the budgets, I think in year 3 or year 4, but also the payment for that stock in 2030 or so.
Thank you.
Just you mentioned with that fare increase, that proposed fare increase on 1 July, what that then takes the fare recovery percentage to. Did you say 20%?
Yes, that's what the modelling is telling us, and I reported that to the Future Proof PT subcommittee a couple of weeks ago.
So in terms of it making its contribution, and as Councillor Hughes was referring to, the 20% compares to, what is it on average across PT?
So for PT nationally, the average is 11%.
11.
For Tahuia, we have been asked to achieve a fair recovery ratio of 15, and the 2-year review showed that we were at 14. So this
fare increase with the proposal, alongside the proposal that you're putting forward in this paper, takes it to 20%
That's
fair
what that
recovery.
model is
So
saying, yeah.
Significantly higher than your average PT.
Madam Chair, Raglan, Huntley, Tiamutu and Cambridge were up around the 40% at one stage. So, you know.
Fair recovery.
Yes. And so that just shows how far behind perhaps the city and others are. So, you know.
That was a national figure.
That's
that was a national figure.
I appreciate that. But within this region, we've got some high flyers and some really low ones.
All right. Councillor Hodge.
Te huia. My constituency is not Hamilton or beyond. So I talk with the fact that, you know, Hamilton City people use it a lot. And all of those people who probably went and put in an option are from Hamilton. And they tick the box, yes. So for that reason, I can understand being on par with the reserves from the Huia being used for them, because the people outside this area weren't targeted, rated anyway. from as far as I know. So it's, you know, pun intended, it's no skin off their nose how you decide to do this. And we don't get to have the privilege that everybody else does beyond Kirikiriroa upwards to use this to here, because to get from where we are to here is cost of transport to get here, whether it's electric car, their own car, the public transport or whatever. So I guess what I'm trying to say is I'm happy to tautoko this reserves being used because it's used by the people who use it all the time. They've used it all the time. Their rating funding has gone into a reserve for them for the future. And I think that's a great idea, as long as it does not impact on the ones outside Kirikiriroa. The minute that happens, then of course me as that constituent councillor outside Kirikiriroa will then totally go against it. So I'm happy to continue considering the reserves are targeted for those who used it prior from day dot to now, and it's all Kirikiriroa up the country centric to Auckland.
The chief executive has just also reminded me of a conversation that I had with the chief executive of Auckland Transport last Thursday, and just their willingness to engage with us around Tahuya going forward. So I suppose just taking that into consideration that right now Auckland Council does not contribute. There is a willingness now to further engage in those conversations over the next 2 years, should this trial continue. So, what do I got? Councillor Marr, Councillor Smith, Councillor Nicol, and then Councillor Dunbar-Smith. Councillor Marr.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I note in your report that the rail services agreement needs to be extended from June till out for another couple of years. But staff note that there's no financial implications, which I struggle to understand with inflation pressures, wages, etc. like that. First off.
I need Noel and Ben, can you turn your mics off? So
Kiwi Rail have provided us with the numbers for the future years. So the budgets that we have in the system right now are based on what they believe their costs will be. So we don't see there's any additional risk is what the report was referring to.
Okay. Acknowledging that the central government haven't confirmed that 51% after the next 2 years, have they put in place, or is there indications on any targets that need to be met with the 70 and 60%? Just noticing that we had a report presented to us at Finance that shows that Tahuya is not meeting its targets.
So we have some different targets in our long-term plan from the targets that we have with NZTA.
It's lucky. Oh, there's big red boxes.
What was the other question? Sorry.
Have you had any indication on central government needing targets to be met to even indicate that they might carry on at 51% after 2 years?
Their chief executive was fairly clear in the media release that they believed that those targets needed to be met in order for them to continue the service funding, but they haven't made any commitments to continuing that. It would be subject to a 5-year review, which we need to scope up.
Performance carries on then.
So the performance that's stated within the original business case carries on at this point. The question of whether there needs to be adjustments to that based on us now getting less money from the Crown is a question, perhaps, but we believe that we were making very good progress on the targets that we already have in place. So we didn't necessarily see a need to renegotiate those. But if you wanted us to renegotiate those, we could try.
But I just, and not only myself, but there's a bit of frustration out there that there's two lots of targets.
Yeah, there are many sets of targets, and as we tried to make clear in the responses to the media inquiries around those, came about through a series of different circumstances where we were asked to adjust the targets, and at the same time, with the the councils were asking for more money from NZTA, and that was declined. So I think the statements that.
So it was that we, as I understand it, we said, okay, we'd like to support these additional services, and that requires additional investment. And then that would lead to these types of targets being achievable. They said, yeah, we'd like those new targets, but we're not going to give you the funding that you say is required in order to meet those.
Yes, those things all happened around the same time in mid-2022. Which, yeah, as Janine's saying, which was after the measures that you're referring to there, Councillor Marr, were set within the 2131 LTP.
Okay.
Councillor Smith.
Thank you. Te Hui is always going to be a vexed issue. It's been a vexed issue since it was proposed and the trial that happened some years ago and whatever. I'm just looking at the resolution on page 190, paragraph 3. It refers to as set out in the 2034 long-term plan. I don't like having to look up a decision in another document, and I would like the actual, which is reflected in paragraph 10, I believe, that 90%. I'd like all that to be brought into the resolution, which we can look at later. So that if someone was to look at our decision, they don't have to go to another document that they have to find to see what those terms are. So if it's in the resolution, it's clear.
Sorry, this is point 3 of
Point
the.
3, yeah, and renewal of rolling stock as set out in 2434 long-term plan. I want to see it spelled out in the resolution rather than looking to another document.
So through you, Madam Chair, that's just the clarification around the enhanced funding assistance rate associated with the rolling stock. So that was the clarification.
Yeah. The reality, this is a vexed one for me. It's either way. Depends on what side of the fence I think you sit on, but yeah, I'll wait till later in the afternoon to express whether I'm in or out.
All right. Jennifer. Yeah, sorry, Councillor Nicol.
Yeah, no, important time in rail in New Zealand for that decision from Waikato. And I think they've been prudent in giving us the stretch to transition towards what could be an ongoing service. And obviously there's that consultation coming, as staff have indicated and councillors have asked for, to understand what our community think about that. But yeah, I feel like it's a transitional period. It's a stretch. The response the staff have given us of a way to make that work seems very reasonable, and impressive about the fare revenue in the future, about that 20%. Thank you for sharing that, Chair Pamela. Also noting that there was some commentary in the submissions about gold card members and their some having openness to be part of the user pays. That could be looked at if necessary, and really great to hear about Auckland City Council openness for further discussion as it should be, should this go forward past the trial, ideally even before the trial, but one can hope. I think together Waikako's decision and what has been put forward by staff is a really reasonable proposition to finish what was committed to several years ago in principle. Thank you.
Councillor Dunbar-Smith.
Yes, 3 things. So Councillor Hodge has indicated that 100% of the funding from the rates comes from Hamilton City. Now, that's not my understanding, is it?
Hamilton City and Waikato District.
Yes, so the local share contribution is by far the majority of which comes from a targeted rate on Hamilton City ratepayers. And then there is a 3% share contribution invoice to Waikato District ratepayers.
Right. And secondly, in terms of the accumulated targeted rate, which we're the reserve, if we went to 51% today, we've indicated the service wasn't affordable for ratepayers. What would have happened to that $2.2 million?
Excuse me, through Chair. Just while they think about what would have happened for $2.2 million. Council could have decided to continue the service either by providing additional rating money for it or at a reduced level of service. I just don't, I know that's what's stated, but that's a decision that would still have needed to be made. In terms of hypothetically if that had happened, what would have happened to the $2.2 million? I'll leave it to Janine. Maybe
Does it go back into a pool? You know, what?
Oh,
yeah.
no, we've collected the money for a particular purpose. If that service or purpose is no longer occurring, then I think we would need to work out a mechanism to return that to ratepayers or potentially agree for it to be put towards other public transport services, i.e. buses, given the majority of it is collected from Hamilton ratepayers, albeit on a different basis for Te Huia versus the bus services.
So if we didn't proceed with the Te Huia proposal at the 60% for the following year, and the service stopped, then the money could be reallocated back to the ratepayers.
We'd have to develop a mechanism through which to do that.
And so my submission would be we should ask them if that's what they want at the annual plan process.
Aren't we jumping ahead of the game?
Yeah.
Talking about what we're going to do in 12 months' time.
All right. I've got Councillor Strange, and then I'll come to you, Councillor Newbont. Councillor Strange?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, interesting discussion around the table. Yeah, Te Huia is always a long-term strategic transport solution. You know, so much of what was envisioned needed the full 5-year startup period. That's always what it was called. It was never a trial, I suppose. It was always a startup with the long term in mind. So it's really when the NZTA board approved the continued funding, albeit at a reduced rate, that really gave us confidence that, you know, connecting our fastest growing city with our largest city by rail, giving people options is, you know, strategically a good idea. Coming back to the decision here today, yeah, we heard from our community through the consultation, albeit some people chose not to give us feedback. Some of us also attended public meetings that really see the value in Te Huia continuing as well. Through the submissions as well, we've heard from, you know, people who want us to do more as well. It really does give me comfort that, yeah, the funding is continuing and positive talks with Auckland Transport as well. I would also like staff to also look at other ways we can fund this as well. So we know a big theme from central government is other partnerships that are perhaps out there. I know that we have had meetings ourselves with internationals who do rail very well in other parts of the world, who are keen to work with us as well. So I think what we need, though, in order to attract that investment is certainty. So having that confidence from our biggest funder, NZTA, to continue should give us confidence around our table as well that for New Zealand Inc., passenger rail, interregional passenger rail is valued. It is seen as a solution for people who don't drive or don't have, can't get any other way. So, yeah, I think we do need that certainty. We've been given a phasing in to continue with this. And, yeah, we've got 2 years until that funding does reduce to get as much co-investment and as much co-partnership as we possibly can so that it is a sustainable, ongoing public transport option for everyone in our region, unlocking housing, unlocking employment, education, and health as well. The independent review as well, looking into more stops within the Auckland network. We know that Pukekohe is offline at the moment, but when that comes back on, conversations with Auckland as well. When Drury comes online as well, possible stops we could also stop at to boost our patronage and our fare box recovery as well. So, yeah, we shouldn't discount those partnerships with Auckland, and we should be advocating for that alongside the possibilities of what the service could be. You know, it is a startup, it's not perfect, but so many people had the vision, this was before my time, of what it could be and what it could enable. So, yeah, we just need the leadership and the vision to continue for it to actually be given a chance.
Thank you. Councillor Kneebone, did you want to make a comment? No, all good. Third bite, Councillor Smith.
Well, I hadn't made up my mind, but I just listened to something. I actually think it might be a good idea to allow the reserve to be used so that if, and the cynic in me says if it gets tossed at the end of the 5-year trial, that there isn't the money to hand back. It's a lot easier mechanism because what else are we going to do?
So what we're seeing in this recommendation is that with the increase in fare and the utilization of the reserves, that there's no immediate impact on rating should this proposal be given the tick.
Correct. So the attachment 1 to the report shows how the reserve would decline. And our view would be, based on that work, that the service could get to the end of the trial without needing to take a greater proportion from existing ratepayers.
So we've made that change. We've added a 0.4. We've removed the reference to the rolling stock in item 3. We've added 4, which is the renewal of the rolling stock is not part of this decision and would need to proceed through a new approval process be set out via the Future Proof Public Transport Subcommittee.
So far as we're the ones rating and you're giving it to another body, Future Proof, to make a decision that impacts on this council. It's a joint committee, which is not, it's a non-statutory body. Thank you.
Yes?
I guess you're lucky that I'm the advisor that sits on Future Proof. Regional Council has granted Future Proof the delegation to look after the passenger transport plan as such. And it looks after the plan within its catchment. So as far as passenger transport goes, it looks after Matamata, Piako, Hamilton City, Waikato, and it might be Waipa now. The other regional transport functions that are outside of the Future Proof group are handled by Regional Transport Committee. What makes this subcommittee quite interesting is that it does report back to council in terms of the plan activities. It does not report through Future Proof. That's right. So it can recommend directly back to council as the governing body, rather than having to follow the Future Proof Joint Committee process upwards.
Right.
No,
So
they can make a
they are recommending back to us.
They can recommend
council.
back.
All right. Yes,
Chair,
Councillor Hughes?
I would like your statement included as part of point 3. There's no impact on rates for payers, targeted rate, as a consequence of our decision. during this
I
trial
just would
period.
want to- Just looking for confirmation that that's. All right, I've got Clyde and Ben. Can I get
just
you to kill your
clarification.
heads? No, hang on. I'm just looking for it. We're still with Councillor Hughes, but I just want to.
Yeah, so through the chair, I think in relation specifically to this matter, which is the change in subsidy rate from ZTA, the reserve has been used to offset that. I'm just conscious that there are changes that are sitting within the Chief Executive's session. Might have been my confusing maths the other day, Phil, of trying to wrap that all into here, in terms of making sure that we're taking that into position as well. Forget that. I think we have wrapped all of the changes in the draft LTP, including the CE submission and the change in NZTA funding, and have managed that through those reserve drawdowns. So it's not, I think, as shown on page 197, I think it is, not that there is no increase in rates, but there is no change in rates as a result of this decision.
I'm asking specifically for the resolution to ensure that there is no change in the rates, increase or otherwise, as a consequence of us approving the extension of this trial through June 26, is it?
Correct.
That's what I'm seeking.
So
it's part of this resolution.
That is correct.
I've got Councillor Graff and then Ben, if you are, that's like number 4 for you, coming in on this.
Okay, just to be clear, there's 3 main mechanisms for funding Te Huia, is that correct? Fair recovery, government funding, and a targeted rate, and then we're looking at topping up with the reserve fund, is that right?
Yes.
And in regard to the targeted rate, that is targeted 97% at Hamilton and 3% Waikato.
Correct.
Other ratepayers are not contributing at all unless they use the train.
They pay a fare.
Fair. They user pay. Thanks. And any decisions going forward now, is there possibly any change of model to the rating, or is it locked in there and it has to go through consultation, et cetera, if there was a change to the model?
Any change that moves away from what you have consulted upon needs new consultation.
Councillor Dunbar-Smith.
2 things. Item number 4, whether that should have in it what we've got in item number 10, that this is subject to successful NZTA Crown subsidy funding at 90%. That's what we've indicated here, that it's not part of the process, but it won't proceed unless there's a 90% funding. Now that isn't in that resolution now. We should.
You want to?
Can you just remind me what year that comes in? Is it 3 or 4? Is it 4? So that will be subject to a future council's decision anyway. This council won't be able to bind a future council's decision.
So why have we suggested it here in item number 10 there, that it would only occur subject to a successful?
Sorry, that's not on, that's on a.
But the answer is because that's what we said in the LTP.
Okay. I mean, I'd like to make another amendment there that given we haven't asked the public in consultation on whether they want this funding of Te Huia to occur, that we should consult with them at the annual plan 25-26 about whether they want the rate subsidy to be used in the 25-26 year
But could I raise a point of clarification, please, Madam Chair?
Yep.
Why do we keep jumping forward to what we're going to do
Yeah.
at the next annual plan? It's absolutely no value to the discussion today. I just don't understand why we keep doing that. We can't make that decision today.
Well, yes, we can. We've just made that with the PT one, the previous one. We've indicated that we're at the annual plan process. We're going to be coming back and making a decision there. So why is that one different?
But we
We have
consulted
to.
on that.
We have to.
We
because-
consulted on that, though.
But we've made it, we're intending to make a decision today that cannot be fully given effect to until we go through the next stage of the process. What you're talking about here, about trying to foresee what we're going to do in the annual plan 12 months' time, is a different issue.
What I'm suggesting is that there's two things here. We're looking at a 70% subsidy, and the following year we're looking at a 60% subsidy.
I'm not suggesting we don't have the discussion, Dan. I'm just saying we've got to have it at the right time, and we can't have it here, is how I understand it. Happy to take advice, but
Is it helpful? If it's helpful, if we consulted on it next year and made a June 30 decision on what we're going to do from the 1st of July, it's very, very awkward to stop a service overnight.
And so why is that any different than the following year when you're at 51%? Because the same argument could be made there.
So through
It's
the
just that with the 70 and the 60, we get through the last 2 years of this trial.
and the intent is
Start
that
up.
and the intent is that in parallel with the end of that 5-year period, we're consulting with the community in terms of, is it going to be assessed as successful? And if it is, would you be willing to continue to pay for that service if the NZTA funding is reduced to 51%? So that all of that can come into a final decision for the 26-27 annual plan.
Because there's also, over the next 2 years, we might have some much more fruitful conversations with Auckland and others.
We may not. I mean, they may not. Yeah. So, I mean, that's speculative to some extent. I'm just saying that the point Chris has raised is that if we consult and we have to make a decision, the same thing will apply the subsequent year. At what point does the public get to have a say on this? Is my question.
If I can just add again, it's a 5-year startup. To have made a decision at year 3 and then redecide at year 4, I think that we have confirmation of funding from the government for the next 2 years of the startup, at which point it can be reconsidered. I think it would be quite difficult to go to our public, and reconsult when there's 1 year to go to complete the startup. That's my only suggestion. It's not impossible.
And I suppose that we have confidence from NZTA to see the 2 years through. What this proposal that's before us here allows us to do is access the reserves that will allow the service to continue on this new funding regime. Okay, I do want to do yes, Councillor Hughes.
I just want one clarification from either from our Chief Executive or from Phil, that I understood we were going to have to talk with Wellington Transport in terms of the future rolling stock. When is the deadline for that discussion and commitment?
So that process, Greater Wellington have already undertaken expressions of interest process, and from that they are looking at a shortlisted panel. My understanding is that they are in the process of developing their RFP procurement documents and would approach the market at this stage, noting that there is the potential for additional orders to arrive if funding is approved elsewhere. So they are including in that document the requirements that we or anybody in the Upper North Island would have around the power supply numbers and the platform heights and the length of the carriages and whatever the other technical pieces are, to allow the market to come back to Wellington with prices what they need and also have an understanding that there could be additional. There's no other commitment on us to the point where we make a deposit payment.
I think, Phil, the question is, at what point would our council be committed to have to make a final decision on the Wellington? Because obviously they're going to go through some type of tendering process, in which case they'll get the expressions of interest and whatever they do. And they're saying it could be X number of carriages, certain specs, or if the Huia were included, it would be Y number, an additional number with slightly different specs. At what point is that commitment? Have I got that correct?
So that commitment for us would be the point that we pay that deposit and the order then commences.
In year 4 of this LTP. Yeah. Okay. So I am going to do the straw poll on this. So essentially we've got our wording up there. This is not including the rolling stock. This is the continuation of the startup service for the final 2 years in conjunction with the funding that has been committed from NZTA and the utilization of the reserves of targeted rates that have already been collected for the Te Huia service. So those who are in favor of that, please put your hand up. Sorry? No, that's included in there, that the rolling stock is not part of this decision. Yeah. This is the utilization of the reserve. Yes. So reserves being used. Sorry. Okay, we'll do the hands up. Hands up.
Sorry, Madam Chair, will the public know that we're using a I think that's important that we let them know that we've got those 2.2 million. Do they? Through what exercise?
So, Madam Chair, I think once we get through this process, there will be some media releases in terms of decisions that Council's made, where we can clarify that. I think the decisions letter that we will provide to submitters can also include a statement to that effect.
I think it just also, and the point that was made that they already know, the public has seen this document in advance when it went out, and there's been media around it. I think that there's I can't think of any other avenue other than.
Yeah, but Chris, I appreciate that, but I still think it's important because there's the view out there that it is a cost, and that the government's going from 75 down to 70 and then to 60. I think it's important that we do allude that we've got this reserve of 2.2, which is, if we didn't have that, then it'd be a 2.2 rate rise, which is huge, just on that alone. So I think we should emphasise that we've given it, we've got to put a story around it. That's what I'm trying to say.
All right.
Just briefly, Madam Chair, just a point of clarification before we move on. So if a council has gone out publicly in the media and stated their support for the continuation of Te Huia, is that predetermination?
This is a new scenario, though, considering the NZTA funding.
So you're saying, no, it's not?
I don't believe it would be.
My understanding of the media coverage after the NZTA board announcement was that the council needed to consider what the agency had decided, and then it needed to come into its deliberations today and consider what its options were. There has been media following the release of this report, and that has stated the things that are in this report only, which is that you're looking to make this decision today. So I don't believe there's been any determination in terms of how this decision gets made by you at deliberations.
All right.
No, I'm not okay with it because I've seen our councillors going out in the public making statements in support of it. It's a predetermination as far as I'm concerned.
Which statements are those?
Statement for the newspaper.
Such as?
Supporting Tahuya, the ongoing support for Tahuya.
Well, this council had a position of supporting Tahuya.
Yes, but that was before we had this paper from knowing that NZTA were changing the level of subsidy.
And I haven't personally seen any statements in the media
Oh, it was a couple of days ago.
after the NZTA decision.
I have. Angela was on television.
Which one was it? Been on a few
about
times.
2 days after the decision. After the NZTA might have been on the Friday.
On TV?
Yep.
I watched Councillor Strange's interviews and listened to the online interviews, and she aligned with, as Director King has outlined, that council would need to make a decision considering the position that we now had in front of us from NZTA.
I was very clear that it is a full council decision in everything that I said.
Council hadn't had a chance to make a decision on it that stage.
I'd like
just
to
received information.
I'd like to endorse what Councillor Strange has said, is that I carefully read what she said, and it was clear. She'd made it clear that council had to make a decision, and she wasn't preempting that.
All right. Okay. Now with that, I do know that lunch is next door. So we did have a straw poll. We saw that we can have it again. So for those who support this proposal, please put your hand up. All right. Thank you for that. Thank you for that. Okay. Thank you very much, Phil. Much appreciated. All right, councillors, we are now going to adjourn for lunch. It is 12:35. If we can get back underway 1 o'clock, that would be spectacular. Okay, we will reconvene the meeting. It is 1:09. We are looking to go through to 3 o'clock, just signposting for everybody. What's next?
So, Madam Chair, I think we're on to proposal 3 on page 200 of the agenda, which is the proposal around the discontinuation of the Regional Development Fund. Very high level overview. The summary of submissions is provided for you there on the screen. Quite overwhelmingly in support of Council's preferred option, which was to discontinue the RDF. Some of the comments noted were the need for the focus on Council's core business and also reductions in rates, funding and debt. In support of maintaining the fund was really around recognising the importance of regional support for significant economic development. I think this one's reasonably clear cut, I think, but happy to hand over to councillors.
Any questions? Councillor Smith.
The finance manager just used an interesting term, core business. I actually looked that up in the Local Government Act 2002 and note that it was repealed recently. And I'm struggling to actually know what our core business is, because it talks about territorial authority, local authorities promoting social, economic, environmental and cultural well-being. So economic is our core business.
So through the chair, I was referencing the key themes from submitters. So not a personal view.
Okay.
The view of submitters.
Any, Councillor Dunbar-Smith?
Oh, just if you would like to clarify what will happen with the pool of funds that's sitting in there and how they could be used in the future.
Yes, so through the chair, at the moment, we've indicated that there's about 3.9 million left in terms of the Regional Development Fund. The other side of that was a proposal to fund Te Waka for 3 years. Obviously, that decision's been taken out of your hands. So in the absence of that decision, these funds would continue to sit reserved off for a future conversation around what might council wish to do in relation to regional economic development.
Anticipate that future conversation, is that?
Through the chair, I understand that there's quite some appetite around the table to have a discussion around what the future might look like, particularly with the winding up of the Economic Development Agency. So I think there is an element of urgency to that, to understand what that might look like, but also acknowledging, I guess, the complexity of that conversation, that it's not just about Waikato Regional Council, but it is about the region and all of the different players in it. So I think to start the conversation, to formulate a bit of a plan in terms of what that might look like moving forward, but knowing that you do actually have this funding available to support whatever that future might look like. A roundabout way of saying I don't have a time frame, but acknowledging, the keenness and the urgency for some of that conversation, but the complexity around the number of players that need to be involved in it.
Councillor Marr.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, thanks for those comments, Janine. Echoes some of my thoughts too. And I'd just like to note that both my TAs, Hauraki District and Thames Coromandel, wanted this to continue. Obviously, there's overwhelming feedback for it not to, but they still want to be in that space of the economic development for the whole region. So obviously that is a conversation to continue. So thank you.
Councillor Strange.
Yeah, I wonder, in light of what we've heard through submissions and Te Waka not continuing, whether there's some sort of option to, probably similar to what you're saying, Janine, around putting a pause on it until we see what's happening within the region, noting that some submitters did want it to continue in some form. Yeah, just wondering if we close it off, let it recover until such time as we need it.
So through the chair, can I just clarify that in terms of close it off and let it recover? So through all of our budget assumptions, because Council's preferred option has been to cease the RDF, there is no top up going into that. And that's partly because of the reduction in the investment fund income as well. So that money would just sit there at its current value, pending a subsequent council decision on how it might utilise that, with the intent of achieving or supporting regional economic development. Is that, yeah, cool.
Councillor Clarkson.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yeah, I was caught by Te Waka. So my view in relation to the Regional Development Fund was contingent on funding Te Waka. They've taken that opportunity away, and so I'm now sitting here thinking about the Regional Economic Development Fund. And I did note there were, while the numbers, 77%, 21 are obvious, when we think about the submissions that came in, the people who turned up in May, there were some serious submissions in support of retaining a Regional Economic Development Fund. So I guess I'm sort of in that space of wondering, what can we do, which would be like having a Regional Economic Development Fund when we don't have one? I mean, is it, because remember we were talking about reviewing the terms of reference, we were talking about all sorts of possibilities. I want to see those possibilities on the table. And I think, you know, to be true to the, I guess, the consultation, to some extent, we've been compromised by Te Waka. I was anyway, I don't know about the rest of you. So, yeah, I just want to see something, some provision made for some future opportunities around what we currently call the Regional Economic Development Fund and how we might do that. And it sounds to me, Janine, by what you were saying, we're going to have a discussion anyway, so we'll leave it for then.
I am just seeing as these two topics, this one and then the next one on page 206 in reference to Te Waka, there's sort of part and parcel, and I just am wondering if it serves this council better to have this as a combined discussion so that we can be really clear on what the different options are, because there's the cease the RDF, there's the ring fence the money, there's the put it on hold, there's the appetite for investment and economic development. What are our mechanisms for doing that? What is the ability to access whatever these funds sitting here are? You know what I mean? I just am thinking they're all kind of together.
Yes, they are interconnected. However, the confines of the decisions that you're actually faced with making at the moment through the long-term plan versus that conversation that will come quite rapidly around what does regional economic development activity for the region by the region, not just the regional council, look like.
So the decision to cease the RDF, obviously the funds still sit there.
Correct.
Yes.
Correct. And sit there with the intent of supporting regional economic development, not for another purpose. The proposed allocation of that was obviously $2.2 million to go to Te Waka. With that now off the table, there's 3.9 million that's still ring-fenced to do something around regional economic development moving forward.
Councillor,
Downard.
oh, man.
Thanks,
Councillor
Madam Chair.
Downard.
Yeah, I agree with Janine. I think this discussion sits outside the long-term plan. It's a decision that we need to make on whether Regional Development Fund carries on. I know that a lot of councillors supported Te Waka and the Economic Fund, but they've given us that decision as such, but that doesn't mean that it's off the table for a discussion at a later date.
Councillor Dunbar-Smith. You're good. Councillor Smith.
I support the comments, most of them have been made insofar as we consulted, we've had that option, so I think we can discontinue the fund. As Janine rightly says, the money is there collected as a targeted, it was collected for a purpose.
Investment return.
And as such, it can only be used for that. So we'd have to consult if we wanted to change it. So it gives us options, and I think with the Te Waka decision already made by default, that we need to have the conversation, and with our TAs, as I've sent the email to you, Chair, and through the other councillors, we need to be onto that to ensure that the TAs don't take the opportunity to divert that money away. Hopefully, in this long-term plan, if Te Waka doesn't exist, that we need to make sure that there is. We need my view is we do need an economic development agency. It didn't support Te Waka in its current form. So it's outside of this LTP. So I think we come back to the decision, and I support the ceasing of the fund, but absolutely on the basis that it's a discussion in the very near future. Thank you.
Councillor Nicol.
Thank you. So I'm just wanting to clarify a few things. Because I have wondered whether you take that Regional Development Fund and change it, or whether you discontinue the fund, but the pot of money is there for that purpose of economic development, and then you come up with something over time in the near future to do with it. Is it tidier, Janine, to close it? And even if you were to start something very similar to the RDF again, through those conversations, then at least it wouldn't have the baggage of its past name and things. Because I'm leaning towards discontinuing it so that we have the pot of money available to go in many directions, whereas if it stays, it's really only got one direction, doesn't it?
Yeah, so through the chair, I think the intent of the consultation and the feedback is that this is the end of the RDF. Yeah. But there is funding that has been set aside for regional development.
Yeah.
That, you know, through our LTP conversations, my advice to you has been you should be using that in line with what it was set aside for.
Yeah.
So
unless we can
think
to use it for something else, obviously.
Yeah.
Okay, so it sounds like by going into the direction of ceasing the operation, we have all options still in front of us of where to go. So that seems like a sensible. Thank you.
Councillor Cookson.
Yeah, I just support what Councillor Smith said earlier. And the thing that I've rung my 3 TAs, and in the future, they don't even want a rate for regional development. They want it to come solely from regional council. So then it is one voice for the region, and it is then and have that discussion of the TAs through the mural forum is what I understand of when I've spoken to my mayors. So I support what Councillor Smith has said, but I think we actually in the future we're going to have to look at how we regionally rate this and not come out of a fund at all, have a regional rate for it. So thank you.
All right, so we've got a recommendation that council proceeds option 1, which is discontinuation of the Regional Development Fund. A straw poll.
The description of the option.
Yeah. Put what it is. Yep. Noted. So straw poll in favor of that. Yeah. Councillor Clarkson, was that a?
Finished, I've had my say.
Okay, that's all right. I'm reading that as pretty much everyone in the room. Okay.
Yeah,
Yes.
I'm reading somewhere and I can't find it anymore that besides Te Waka that was being funded from here was also Sugarloaf and Screens. So I can't find where I read it anymore. So I'm kind of worried about what happens to those other two.
That funding has already been set aside.
It's all good then.
And is committed. It's in partnership agreements.
Yep.
Right?
Yep, all good.
Okay. Sweet. Let's go on then to the Te Waka proposal. This is on page 206. What do we need to say? Is there anything that we need to say, or we just, yep.
The decision's been made for you. So, Madam Chair, the point that
Sorry,
has,
we'll just listen. Yeah.
the point that has been made in the recommendation is around directing staff to work with key stakeholders to do some of that development work in terms of what the future may look like. So while in terms of Te Waka, the board has made that call, the added text within that recommendation was trying to capture that desire to think about what the future alternative may be.
So just checking in that we support that sort of thing.
Yep, definitely
Councillor Nicol?
support that. Just keen if Janine or Chris could make any comment on. I'm just mindful of one of the answers by Te Waka when asked about what would happen if we didn't have an EDA type of thing, and the answer was very much around uncertainty. And so I'm just wondering what's the timeline look like of staff working with key stakeholders to get that certainty. I'm hoping we're going to surprise ourselves with our level of agility. Noting the 30th of June is not that far away.
Yeah, so, and of course, Te Waka themselves will continue to wind things down.
Yeah.
And we'll see what we end up with, whatever that means. But I guess the proposal is we've got a lot of thinking to do about this outside of the LTP.
Yeah.
We may need to come back and ask council for a bit of funding to help do the strategizing and whatever. It's not in the current work program.
Totally
It will
appreciate
be
that.
outside of this process completely. But
But
we don't want to stop at pace. I can't give you a timeline right now.
But in the near future. Thanks.
Yep. Councillor Dunbar-Smith.
Yeah, just would that funding quest come back from the RDF money, example?
I think we have to work through those things. That's part of the addition to the recommendation that council directs staff to continue to work with key stakeholders to develop the appropriate structure. Councillor Marr?
Yeah, two quick things. One, can we have the remit?
The motion.
Yeah, the motion, sorry. And secondly, what does continuing over the next, obviously till the end of June, with Te Waka look like in the way of staff, etc.? If we just got one staff member sort of following on their closing up, or just wonder what it looks like.
Aaron, are you able to comment on that? Have you discussed with Te Waka?
Yes. Afternoon, councillors. Staff will continue liaising. One staff member will continue liaising with Te Waka as they work toward the end of June, look at some sort of clear transition plan that continues economic development service as best we can while we continue those discussions with the regional community. One question, and that's coming back to you outside of this forum, is a wrap-up report to your Strategy and Policy Committee on the 11th of June.
Thank you, Karen. Thank you.
Councillor Smith?
I raised the issue about securing the IP from that organisation for the benefit of the region. So I don't know whether it comes into commercially sensitive and you don't want to discuss it publicly, but we do need to make sure that the region benefits from that information.
There are protections in the trust agreement. The trust is the owner of the company, and they come back to Waikato Regional Council.
Councillor Mahuta.
Just in light of the second part of this recommendation and the timeline, would it come back round in an annual plan conversation to any decision making in this, or we don't care when that happens? Because I have been asked, if we're not doing Te Waka, what are we doing for economic development and when are we doing it? I just wondered what time frame would we.
Karen might have other thoughts, but we've got, there's been discussions that there's a range of economic development agencies in the region and others, and so there's quite a lot of thinking to do, and maybe talking with them and discussions about how we may or may not fit, a single agency together in the future. My honest answer is I'm not too sure what the time frame is. Karen, have you got any thoughts?
We don't have a clear time frame mapped out because we do need to have conversations with the business community, with TAs, with our iwi partners and others. And that will determine what does this look like, because we don't want to rush this. We want to actually ensure we speak to as many people as possible and do it well. But our first concern is to ensure continuity of those most essential economic development activities. And so we can certainly report back, and that might be something we do through that report to strategy and policy on the 11th.
All right, so overall support for what's, just straw poll again, just, overall support for what's being proposed here?
No, I support what's being proposed. I just think we need to bring some discipline to the time frame. Otherwise, we're that authority, and when Fast Track, when they want to build a new mine in Huntly and they say, who's your economic development expert on this? And we don't have one, and we can't form a view, we're useless.
All right, so I'm going to move on to proposal 5. Oh, goodness, Jenny. Good gracious. All right, so this is on page 213. This is proposal 5, the changes to the funding of primary industry compliance. Go on, Brent.
Okay, Waikato. Pretty much I'll take the report as read, although I imagine that there may be the odd question based on the summary of the specific feedback in paragraph 17 and 18, having to answer those questions. I think, as you would have anticipated, there is a mixed view because this is not increasing a cost, it's just a different way of sharing the costs around. And so there were some people that will benefit from reduced costs and some people that will have an increase in cost. There's been comments around the split. There's been comments around the threshold. There's been comments around only non-compliant parties funding in the compliance space, which is a conversation that we had originally before the government repealed the MBEA, which removed that opportunity. Hopefully that opportunity will return in future, but for now it's not there. And so in essence, my recommendation is that we have a split model, which is currently over 2 hectares. I think the recommendation before was that that was not fair on those between 2 and 20 hectares. And so hence the recommendation that went out for that split share, the user share, to be above the 20 hectares. And that there would be some contribution from general rate. My commentary in here around whether or not you wish to look at the general rate contribution is status quo has more general rate contribution than the proposal that's being put out, and whether or not the council wishes to stay with its proposal or to shift back towards what status quo is, which has a higher general rate contribution overall to this package of work. So with that, I'll just leave it for questions.
Sorry, though, can you split, because there's 2 matters here, right?
Correct.
So can you just,
because
that bundled all of that into one.
Yeah, so if we separate that into 2 things, the
the compliance monitoring work right now is fully funded by users, but by resource users. There's no through targeted rate on every property above 2 hectares. So the proposal that went out, because very little work is done in a proactive sense on properties between 2 and 20 hectares, and the fact that the PC1 is focused above 20 hectares, national direction is focused above 20 hectares, that was a more appropriate threshold for the users proportion. But equally, to bring it in line with the other compliance programs that we have, that there would be a 20% contribution from general rate. So the general rate hasn't contributed to date to our proactive monitoring programs. So it's a general rate gets increased in the proactive monitoring space, but the users portion is for those above 20 hectares and not the 14,000 properties between 20 and 2 hectares. In the PI work, which is effectively the work that we're doing to implement national regulations and implement PC1, which is around catchment context and training and all those things that we're required to do, all the data management around those obligations. It's not the specific compliance monitoring work, it's the work that we do around enabling the delivery of the national and regional direction around farm planning. Currently, that is fully funded from the general rate. And the conversation was, is that appropriate for it to be fully funded from the general rate? The council concluded no and put a proposal for year 1 for that to be 50% general rate, 50% from the properties above 2 hectares, with that transitioning over time to become 20% funded from general rate and 80% from the properties over 20 hectares, to have that in line with our compliance programs, which is 80-20. And so you would have seen through the submissions some views about the right mix. Right now, the proposal is 50-50 in year 1, transitioning to 80-20. And so my comment for the council is, does it wish to stay with that or adjust those numbers in light of the submissions?
Councillor Smith.
Thank you. I'm not supportive of this proposal. This came before council in an indicative vote, had a 6-6 split, which on a actual vote went to 7-5. So the 7-5 in some way reflects the community division in respect of this. It reflects back for me to PC1, where it was a divided council, and 10 years later and $33 million worth of effort. So to me, we haven't quite got it right. So I would be looking at the status quo for the moment and working with our community to come up with a result that works for all. I have seen examples of poor practices in areas of 2 to 20 hectares and equally seen in 20 hectares plus. Also, at the moment, 2 hectares and above, everyone pays. At the proposal, the 20 hectares or more pay twice through their general rate and the targeted rate, so somewhat double dipping. So I don't think we've got it right, and until I hear a good argument to the contrary, I don't believe I can support it. Thank you.
Just to clarify, is that you don't think we've got it right on either the permitted activity monitoring rate or the PI rate, the proposals for either of them? So PI remaining 100% general rate. No, PI is 100% general rated. Permitted activity is, yeah. So I'm just trying to clarify which one of those you have the issue with, or which one. Councillor Kneebone.
Question and a comment, a couple of questions. So Brent, can you confirm to the best of my knowledge, there's no other commercial activity, i.e. farming, factories, meatworks, Fonterras, municipal, that has, or municipal's a bit different, that has 100% of their work to help them comply with their obligations funded by the general rate. Makes sense?
So you're referring to the pie?
Yeah, yeah, pie. So agriculture is an outlier. Am I correct?
Brent, keep your microphone on.
Yes, so we have work programs which you'll call we call it the information and advice work program that you'll have seen, which provides the opportunity for us to respond to customers' questions about their regulatory obligations. It's a small amount of time, which accumulates up over staff. If you've got 50, 60 staff and everybody has sort of 40 or 50 hours a year where they can then work with customers to help them out with things. So that's generic, but that's available to everybody. That's generic across the board to provide for customer responses. So the specific answer to your question around compliance, we have a policy around our compliance programs, which is that they are 80% funded from the resource user. And so our consenting and compliance functions, not our enforcement functions, because you can't charge for that stuff, but our consenting and compliance monitoring functions are 80% user, 20% generate.
Yeah. So I guess where I'm going, I'm really struggling to see why we should continue 100% general rate funding this activity. I mean, look, I'm a farmer, so I'm kicking myself effectively, but I just don't get it. And I think the only bit that I think you didn't mention, Brent, when we were talking about the current model with I get mixed up with the two, is that under the old system where it was 2 hectares and above, the dairy sector drove 99% of the work.
Yeah, so that'll pick up on one of the comments that Noel said earlier. Remember, this is our proactive monitoring. And so our proactive monitoring is dominated by the dairy sector and in the forestry sector. Interestingly, in the forestry sector, because the way the government has written the new rules, in the forestry sector, we can actually recover some of our costs. So that's our proactive monitoring. We absolutely monitor below 20 hectare properties through our reactive monitoring, through our complaint response. But that's not the focus of the proactive, which is this is what this team is funded for, is for monitoring the highest priority permitted activity rules in the plan.
So I guess the point is I'm just struggling to see why we shouldn't treat agriculture any different to any other commercial entity. And acknowledging that, I still think the 3-year transition is the right way to do it. No rating mechanism is perfect, and if we put this off again and try to go out to the community, because if a lot of the submissions I read said, hey, don't do this, we don't like it, but no one gave us a credible alternative. To me, that was really clear, eh? And that's because it's hard. It's not straightforward, eh? Every rating mechanism is a compromise. So I guess what I'm saying is that I think the preferred option to support the changes is the way to go, but I absolutely acknowledge it's not perfect, but I'm struggling to see how we can get it better. I really am, yeah. And postponing it to go and have a discussion with the community, I just don't think is going to deliver us results. Because I didn't see a lot in the submissions that put up credible alternatives that were workable. A lot of them said, hey, just stop doing it. Well, that's not credible. We can't, so.
I really think that when we're discussing this, we need to deal with these separately, because they are separate proposals, and the status quo of them is different. And so we need to focus on both of those. I think that a number of the conversations that I have had with constituents, they didn't understand what was being proposed here. And I think we saw that in the Fed's submission when they were asked to provide some clarification and were unable to do that. And it concerns me, because if there was that lack of clarity for that organization, it supports a number of the conversations I had with constituents who didn't understand it, but then when it was explained to them, sure, nobody wants to pay more rates, I guarantee you that. But they go, oh, well, I can't think of a different way to do that. So I do think that as we're talking about this, let's treat these separately because we could make different decisions on them in this process. Sure.
So in terms of the permitted activity monitoring, I think rating those 2 hectare properties is just not sustainable going forward. Yeah, well, it's been too distorted for too long. Acknowledge that the new proposal's still got some distortion to it, but it's a lot less distortion than what we had. In terms of, I forget the terminology, how we describe the second part.
Pie.
Yeah, the
Pie.
primary industry stuff. I support the proposed changes. I just don't think there's any justification for lumping all of that onto the general ratepayer. I just don't see how that's fair on Hamilton City and all the various other urban, but particularly those smaller urban centres such as Hauraki, Waitomo, all the various Coromandel communities that are struggling to have enough scale to fund their own infrastructure requirements with regards to wastewater. So why should we lump agriculture on top of them as well, you know?
All right, I've got, just speaking order, I've got Dunbar, Smith, Downard, Nickel, Graff, Smith again, and Cookson. Ben.
Okay. So I just want to clarify, we're talking about the issue that's sitting here now is a new primary industry rate to be assessed against properties 20 hectares or greater.
Oh, there's two different rates here.
That's the statement in the executive summary. That's what they're proposing, and it will cost $275 in 2024, increasing to $376. So that's what the option is. We're either supporting that or we're not supporting that, and we're split basically 51 to 48, 49. Now,
but we could separate them out, could we not?
Well, that was not the question that was asked in the submissions. There was only one question asked, and so I've got people saying to me that we should do it from 2 hectares up the way we used to, but still do the pie, but it should be spread over the wider, because otherwise the people 2 hectares to 20 hectares is receiving a $73 reduction in rates, and everyone else above that is getting $111. So we're pushing the costs further up the chain at the same time as bringing in a new rate.
So through the chair, the intention of this was to consolidate into one new rate of primary industry compliance. So that would replace what used to be the permitted activity monitoring rate. That would be no more, and it would fold into it the primary industry engagement funding. And the rate increases over time as you move from that 50-50 to an 80-20 around the primary industry engagement.
Around the primary industry engagement.
Yeah.
But the part that was the permitted activity.
So permitted activity monitoring goes 80-20 straight off the bat. But the area properties, it would only apply to 20 hectares and above as opposed, so there's a group of properties, I think 14,000-ish, the number that were between 2 and 20 that would no longer be charged the $73 that was the permitted activity monitoring rate.
Yep. Sorry, I've got Robbie. Could I get you to? Janine, can you two leave your mics on down there just in case we need clarification for things? Yep.
My question there is, can we have the pie rate but against properties 2 hectares and above? Why does it have to start at 20?
So if I can just help with that a little bit. So there are, I know it's a little bit of time back now, there are 2 major pieces of work program that happen from our primary industry engagement section. One of those is about supporting our sector to be its best. That continues that has always been generate funded, and it continues to be generate funded. The general ratepayers of this region are funding work to be able to support the rural sector to be its best to thrive. Yeah, that's our work that we do about best practice, all those sorts of things. Yeah. This is the piece of work which is specifically related to the implementation of the farm plan regulations and regulations under PC1. And so what was put to council is those pieces of work solely relate to properties above 20 hectares. They are currently funded by the general rate. The question was, do you wish to continue to fund that work from the general rate, or fund that work in a way which is solely by those that are above 20 hectares to which those farm plan regulations apply, or a combination? And the decision that you made was for those pieces of work, I'm separating out, there's still a bunch of work in that supporting the rural sector space, which is general rate funded because they're a public good from having a thriving rural economy, absolutely. Here, you decided to start at 50-50 and then move to 80-20. There isn't a rationale to go to 2 hectares because these regulations do not apply to 2 hectares. They apply to 20 hectares and above. So the conversation is around, not about the 20 hectares for that work. That's whether or not you want it to be 110, 50-50, and then across in the permitted activity monitoring space, again, whilst this is proactive monitoring, and proactive monitoring isn't occurring between 20 and 2 hectares, it's above those thresholds, but we were looking to bring it in line with council's other compliance policies, which is an 80-20 fit mix. So those are the 2 things. Hopefully I haven't confused things.
Fine. I think the confusion was in the way we presented it. We indicated the 2 hectares would lose, would decrease in by $73, and what you're saying is there wasn't a choice in that.
Well, so the choice to say that those between 2 hectares and 20 hectares are not subject to our proactive monitoring by default means that they get a reduction of $73 because there is no proactive monitoring of their properties.
Downward.
Thank you, Robbie.
So
Thank you,
just
Madam
speaking
Chair.
order, I've
Yep.
got Councillor Downard, Nicol, Graf, Smith, Cookson. Downard.
We had a real robust and vigorous workshop over this, and I just about had to lend Brent my Superman suit because he was under attack. But yeah, to me, this is common sense. We can only decide on what's gone out to the ratepayers in the long-term plan, and that's up there right now. So I'm going to support option 1.
Councillor Nicol.
Yeah, I enjoyed that workshop. I remember I felt pretty happy, like I understood it then, and since then things have wandered, and now after all this discussion, I think I'm getting it again. But I think the confusion's definitely come in around trying to consolidate the 2, and I know why. But then I've seen the feedback on, is it the right name for it? Because you're saying primary industry compliance rate, and then people live on massive not forestry, but native blocks. And so they're like, I'm not primary industry. Why is this on my title? So there's probably questions that could be addressed if it is if there are enough people that were in that category. And I'm not hearing that there necessarily are, and I'm mindful these are never quite perfect. However, I'm leaning towards option 1, the preferred option. Whether we are able to split that back into 2 names, or whether we have to stick with the one that we consulted on, I suppose is just local government act type of thing. But the descriptions of what they do, we do just have to be really, really clear on the rates bill so that people do understand. The reasoning for it is that the public good, the Hamiltons and other urban ratepayers that are contributing to the best practice training are already contributing through the general rate. So that is taken care of for me. The farm planning aspect, that will only apply to over 20 hectares, makes sense to charge to the 20 hectares. However, we've gone with 50-50 up to 80-20. So there's a compromise there already in that, acknowledging that public good. The permitted activity monitoring aspect, I understand from Brent multiple times, the proactive stuff is on above 20 hectares. And I agree with Councillor Kneebone. Why would this mainly dairy and forestry, be treated differently for proactive compliance monitoring than anyone else. So option 1 it is for me at this point in time, unless I hear something vastly different. But I did wonder about the naming and everything
Can we
else.
get a comment on that? Since we've gone out bundled, but there seems to have been some confusion about the two separate aspects of it. Can you unbundle them? What's the rules?
Do the same
yes,
thing, but
yes, you
unbundle?
could, but you're assessing then 2 rates against exactly the same people.
Yeah.
So
who may understand it better than. Yeah.
Can we name
or
it
else-
something different
Yes.
so that it is clearer?
Yep. I mean, I think
Consider
Wendy
that.
can speak to the challenge of trying to come up with a name.
Latin full name for a rate?
For this, we can certainly change that. We can certainly look at what information we provide around what the rate funds when we're sending out our rates invoices to make that clearer. We could separate it, but my challenge is probably then you're actually assessing 2 rates on exactly the same properties on exactly the same basis, as opposed to actually bundling it together. But
I think it's worth exploring, but overall, I think,
Councillor Graff.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Cookson. The issue I've heard back from folk is the issue of the 20 hectares of bush block type, because this is Brent, this is primarily forestry and dairy monitoring, correct? Primarily?
So the primary industry work is around any farming activity, and so farming is quite broadly defined, which includes hort, kiwi fruit, or any farming activity above 20 hectares. So that's the primary industry engagement work. The permitted activity, the proactive permitted activity monitoring work is pretty much dairy and forestry.
Yeah, that's,
And, like I said before, a good chunk of the forestry work we are able to recover because government has given us the mandate to do that.
I think that's where the issue is, that it's not targeted enough if it's going for people with 20 hectares and above and just embodying everyone in that block.
So I just wonder if part of the discussion here is what happens to if someone just owns a 20 hectare or plus native forestry block, as opposed to if they've got native forestry and 19 hectares of farmland.
So we have that's a good conversation, Councillor, about how does this council apply remission in a situation where it's the same situation right now if somebody's over 2 hectares. How does this council apply remission? So we have a clear remissions policy in our consenting compliance area, which is about action and reasonable. So I think the question that you're asking is, what is the remissions policy if somebody has an 80 hectare native block, which is not going to be subject to the regulations because they're not farming, so therefore not subject to the PI costs, and they're not doing any dairying or forestry. What's the process for seeking remission? Which is a good question for us to take away about what would that look like? I think
because that could end up, if we notified that possibility, that could end up taking a big chunk of the budget.
Well, I don't know that would take a big chunk. I think it would take probably a relatively small chunk because we're talking there's about 10,000 odd properties above that 20 hectares limit, and I imagine that there's a small number of those properties, and of course there's also the opportunities for things like QE2 covenanting land and those sorts of things. But I think Janine was just going to mention around our remission policy, whereas somebody applies for remission, we'll assess whether or not it's appropriate to apply and then remit accordingly.
And is that something that actually does happen? Are people successfully being paid out for remissions?
Oh, yeah, we remit in the consent and compliance space all the time because they meet council's policies around remission.
Okay.
sorry, just further to that, and I think what Brent's alluding to is we also have rates remission policies. So for land protected for biodiversity, Kiwi 2 covenanted land and the like, that we already remit rates on that. So this would be captured by those.
And so I think just finally that is informed to the public so they're aware of that and probably take away a few of these issues. Thanks.
So, sorry, just to clarify, so Councillor Graff, you're supportive of the proposals for both the permitted activity bit and the PI bit? The 20 hectares, right?
I think what I heard, supportive with an appropriate remissions policy for those sorts, the type of properties that you've described, right?
Supportive with an appropriate remission policy, and that's easy enough to do?
No.
No.
If it's outside of our current rate remission policies, if it requires a new policy, that is subject to a special consultative process.
Sorry, but I think that isn't their discretion within resource use.
Not if we're remitting a rate.
The charge that we normally do.
All right, Councillor Smith.
Yeah, and thank you for raising it, Clyde, because this is the issue that I want to raise. I had several people from the Coromandel contact me who had blocks of 20 hectares or more entirely in a bush, or 1 hectare of vegetables or whatever they use for them sustaining. So my concern is that the rates remission policy, as I believe to be correct, does not cover this situation at all. And while there may be not that many, we need to ensure that there's not an unintended consequence. And that's really what I'm worried about with this policy. Secondly, Brent, you've talked about forestry and dairying. Horticulture, sheep and beef, there's some large properties, large commercial growers, but not the subject of your proactive forestry and dairying. Again, the unintended consequence here of capturing everybody, it's easy for council, but is it really targeting the issue? So I think before we put this in place, we cannot penalise people who have native blocks or large tracts of land that are mainly native, because we are disincentivising them. And it's contrary to what I believe the intent of this policy or rate is. So to go out to have to do a consultative process to change it, then why are we doing it? We should have done that at the same time and anticipated this, maybe.
I guess status quo has all of those parties that have a native block between 2 hectares and 20 hectares funding this rate. So I hear the challenge.
Sorry, say that again.
So
The current one.
the current policy on permitted activity monitoring goes out to all properties above 2 hectares. It doesn't look at so there are 10,000 of those that are paying a $70 rate. I get the sense there's a sense that I'm advocating for something. I'm kind of not. What I want to be able to do is I want to make sure that this issue is in front, so that when an external party questions me about why are they being charged this rate, I in good faith can say this was a matter that was fully considered by our governors. And our governors fully considered the matter and then decided this is the appropriate way to share those costs around. And so I see my role in here is just identifying the work that we do and the work that we do that with, and then the decision about where those rates goes. You get the hard choice.
Question is, my fellow councillors, should we be putting a rate on industry such as sheep and beef, horticulture, that are not the subject generally of this issue? And secondly, should we be rating people who have blocks of more than 20 hectares that have no activity other than native bush on them? So
can I just respond, just because maybe I've given you slightly correct, but not context information. So the current situation is that our permitted activity monitoring focuses on dairy and the forestry. In 2 months' time, we will potentially have a plan change 1, which says the key permitted activity rules in there are on all properties above 20 hectares. We will have to refocus where we spend our time based on the regulations that are in place. So what you are likely to see in future is that there's going to need to be more work focused around all 20 hectare properties and above, all of whom require to have a freshwater farm plan under the regulations and under PC1. So you could expect, because I haven't come back to you asking for a load more resources in the permitted activity monitoring space. We have been focusing on the regional plan rules as they currently stand, which is the focus, which is around dairy. As we move forward, we're going to have to focus on what the rules are that sit in front of us, and the new rules that are coming in front of us is going to be all properties above 20 hectares. Hence the commentary that if that's where our focus of permitted activity monitoring will be, we should have funding from the properties above 20 hectares. Hopefully that helps a little bit about the past and what the future is looking like.
So Madam Chair, the issue then is that under farm plans, there are certain costs that will be levied against the landowner who is submitting a farm plan, not only to whether they do it themselves or to an external consultant. There will be costs for the auditing and the likes. So if that regime is there in the farm planning regime, why is Regional Council needing to ask for some more money? Because that's double dipping.
So like I said, I haven't asked for more resources. It's about I'll stop talking now because it sounds like I'm advocating. It's just about where do you wish to fund the resources that we're going to be spending in that space.
I'm frustrated. All right, I've got Councillor Cookson.
I finally got there. Gee, thank you, Madam Chair. So, so this is per title. This rate. This rate is per title. Must be.
You'd be, I guess.
Yeah. So. Yes, you are. Because it's in 5 titles.
It's per property, isn't it?
So what then do you do with the properties that are like 20 hectare or less titles that can operate without outside of it then? Because there's a few dairy farms that are that way. So that doesn't include into that. I've got 2 properties that most probably won't need to pay towards it because they'll be 3 18 hectare blocks. So you've just missed the whole capture, and that's a tatua farm. That's highly productive, doing 1,300 milk solids per hectare. Not going to pay any monitoring at all. So I think
the imperfection of the
so I think this system is flawed. It needs to go back and be assessed how it could operate better, and it needs a far better mechanism how to operate in it. This is just
such as
this is a blunt object you're trying to make work, and it doesn't encapsulate. You're trying to go after dairy and forestry, and it doesn't include. And some of it's going to fall out the side.
No.
Well, it is because you said it's monitoring. It's after forestry and dairy. You guys have all said that. I don't know how many times today I've heard you say forestry and dairy, forestry and dairy, forestry and dairy. How many times
would you like to
repeat it in
provide
the
some
room?
clarity?
Yeah, so I totally agree with you, Councillor, that there will be elements of any rating system which miss things on the fringes. The fundamental question that I think the council was posed with at the beginning is that there are 14,000 landowners between 2 and 20 hectares that are funding something for which they get 0 service. Is that fair? And I think you decided that that wasn't fair, and so therefore it would be more appropriate for that to the threshold to be above 20 hectares. Currently, the proactive monitoring is of priority permitted activity rules which occur on the dairy and the forestry estates, and the people between 2 hectares and 20 hectares, 14,000 of them are funding that work. That's the reality. And so the question becomes, irrespective of the pie work, is that appropriate, or should the work be funded from those that are in the high threshold? That's simply the question I felt appropriate for me to bring to you, for you to answer.
Can I just help? I think you need to distinguish, Brent, between the currently and the going forward. Because if I understand it right, there's X number of properties in our region, over 20 hectares. Some of them will be dairy. I imagine the majority of them will be beef and lamb and other.
It's probably over the totality of the region, there's between 9 and 10,000, and it's probably a 50-50 split, pretty much. There's about 4,500 dairy units in the region. Yeah.
But what you were indicating in terms of the rollout of Plan Change 1 and whatever freshwater policy looks like in the end, that's not specific to forestry or dairy, that all of those properties over 20 hectares that engage in primary sector activities will require this level of support, this specific level of support.
So again, I agree with you, Chair, about separating the two out. So our existing permitted activity rule framework doesn't disappear. There's that which continues, and as you'll have seen as coming through EPC, there continues to be quite a lot of compliance improvement that is needed in that space. Additional to that, we have the focus going forward, which is going to be around 20 hectares and above properties, which will bring in more properties that we're going to need to be overseeing compliance with the existing resources, basically the existing resources that we've got. So you'll find that in the first tranche, 1,500 new farm plans in the Waipa catchment, a lot of that's going to be dry stock. When you go through PC1, a large proportion of the permitted activity monitoring will be in the dry stock space, because the dairy, a lot of the dairy is being picked up by consenting through PC1. So there's going to be a shift of where focus needs to be. The question becomes, who funds our work? Is it between 2 hectares and 20 hectares, or is it above 20 hectares? That seems to be the question for me.
But just clarifying, Councillor Cookson, does that provide you with some clarity? Your concerns about it just being about dairying or forestry, has that provided that clarity that that's not the case?
I just asked for
Sorry.
clarification. The point I was making with the forestry is that, because I've just been through the process, the work that the Regional Council did to come out and monitor my compliance with the forestry rules, I was given a bill for that. But you can't do that with monitoring of permitted activity, farming activities. The law allows us to do it with forestry. Yes, I was given a bill of about $1,500, and I had a grumble about it, and I got it down to about $1,000. But that's the difference I was trying to articulate, Rob.
Sorry, I did have you down, Councillor Kneebone. Have you covered that? You good? Councillor Marr.
Thank you. I'm at this stage, I'm sitting in the do not support the changes. It's the feedback that I have heard from the Coromandel, as other councillors have heard, with those blocks that sort of sit outside the production space. And then the other thing is, I did note also, I have had quite a bit of feedback on not actually understanding the questions we were asking. So so just a couple of comments there on where I'm sitting at this stage.
So just to clarify, Councillor Marr, if we were able to address that bush block question, because it's come up with a few of the councillors, and I know that it's not going to be easy. I can see you eyeballing me, Janine. I know, but since that seems to be the sticking point, is there options there?
Yeah, if there was some sort of pathway for those owners
Those
of
bush
that type of
blocks.
land, then yes, for sure. As it sits now, there's not. So that's hence my comments.
Can I just clarify? So the rates remission policy that we currently have is around protection or retirement of land for conservation purposes. So it's land that's QE2 covenanted, Ngā Whenua Rāhui, an SNA or part of the Lakeshore Reserve, which doesn't apply. So these are blocks that are outside of that covenanting.
And the reason that we have the coveted requirement is because if somebody's just
Protected.
got a block of native bush
It's
without a
protected.
covenant, they could chop them all down tomorrow. Yes? Is that the rationale?
This is aimed as that it is land that's protected in perpetuity. So we're happy to.
Protected in perpetuity?
No, I've been in that situation.
Sorry, I need to get a mic. And
the rule. You're fined for it, so I know the rule.
So it wasn't. So sorry, my comment was.
So any bush area should be allowed to be exempt as long as it's protected that it's not going to be cut down.
So the counterpoint to then allowing a remission on all of that is that that's a reduction in revenue or an increase in cost that has to be paid somewhere
by
else.
someone else.
At the end of the day, if you give with one hand, take with the other, it all balances out somewhere.
Councillor Dunbar-Smith.
Yeah, no, there's no councillor confessions here. I just want to clarify. So option 1 is basically new primary industry rate assessed against 20 hectare properties. If we went with option 2, do not support the changes, what are we left with? What do we go back to?
Will you go back to the entirety of the primary industry engagement work program is funded by the general rate, and the entirety of our proactive monitoring program is funded by properties above 2 hectares?
And if we did that, can we do that for a year and then amend it at an annual plan? Do we have to bring this in? Because there seems to be an awful lot of confusion around it.
If I can clarify with that, then that would be the introduction of a new rate, which is an LTP amendment to bring it in year 2.
Okay.
Well, you've sort of deferred a little bit of it by the phasing in from the 50-50 up to 80-20 as it is. If you don't signal the establishment of this rate in the LTP, then to do that at a later date is an amendment. That was one of the key points that I'd noted for you at the beginning of the day. Not saying you can't do it at all, but there's just a process.
But you do it through a special consultative process as part of the annual plan, don't you?
It's more than just an annual plan. It is an amendment to the long-term plan, which there is more work associated. It is subject to an audit. There's just more complexity and cost associated with an LTP amendment than an annual plan.
I'm just concerned there's confusion amongst us as well. So it's. Thank you.
Councillor Graf.
Yeah, I think Ben just covered it really. Just what does it mean not to support the changes? That just means you've got a new bit of work you've got coming in, and you've got to address that. So it's just the same body of money coming in from the rates, just the way it's coming, who it's coming from. Correct? Yeah. Okay.
Can I just explore? Because I mean, there does seem to be confusion. So can I understand if the only place that we could strike a new rate is through this LTP process? Can you say, can you signal that we would do this in year 2, remain status quo in year 1, so that we can have the appropriate conversations with those who will be specifically impacted? And I'm just wondering about, could we then, through that process, talk about, I don't know, the native bush blocks? I'm just saying, can we
still,
because we've gone out.
Yeah. So to do that, to have something to include in the LTP, you still need to determine on what basis it's going to be included in the LTP. Because while the dollars are the same, they sit in different places in terms of who's paying within what we disclose in the LTP. And so we'd need to signal something in that regard.
All right, sorry, I've got, what do I have? I have Nicole, Clarkson, Kneebone. Nicole.
Okay.
No. I've got Nicole, Clarkson, and then you.
Yeah. I think while there are things that have come up on both parts of the bell curve around very big forestry blocks, which perhaps we could fix through a rebate, should we find through a memo that there are a significant number of properties, or it can't be done through our current processes, that we could sort that at the end of year 1 through a change to the policy, the rebate policy, as part of the annual plan process potentially. Before this has been phased to 80-20 anyway, so it's a change to make things more fair. There might be a few properties negatively impacted for a short time, and then we change the rebate policy should it be necessary. And then on the 18 hectare blocks and those types of scenarios, I'm comfortable with the fact that there is that 20% of general rate that covers all of that, even down to 2 hectares or whatever else it is. That's why there's a bit of a split. I'm going to leave it at that, actually.
Councillor Clarkson.
Yeah, so I generally support the rate as currently framed, and I think the answers we had from Brent shows the amount of and depth of thinking that went into it. But one aspect that I'm concerned about too, but I just want to ask the fundamental question: what does it take to change a rates remission policy? Surely that's not a big deal. Can't you come up with a new rates remission policy, which then addresses the issue of people who have large landscapes covered in native bush? And this is a critical signal that this council needs to give to those owners, that actually we are interested in people who are looking after their bush. And okay, they may not have it as a covenant, and I understand that's in the remission thing at the moment, but there are some problems with that too, because different district councils have their own rates remission policies, which have different size thresholds than the one that we're now talking about. So I'm just wondering, why can't we just have an update of the rates remission policy?
The Local Government Act requires consultation and review on the.
I'll consult.
So I think that was my comment. Is it's not that it can't be done, but it does need to go through a special consultative process.
Yeah.
Of course, we're consulting in the next annual plan, anyways, because of PT.
Yes, we are.
Depending on how decisions go, but so we're already.
Yes, so we will be doing that anyway.
Yeah. And just to clarify,
sorry, I was just going to say off the back of Councillor Nichols' commentary, the other policy that we do have, and we have used it as a bit of a stopgap previously, it was around the hardship remission, to be fair, is there is a general remission policy which gives me discretion to remit rates where they don't necessarily create a precedent for other situations. The way that we had used that as an interim measure around the hardship remission coming out of COVID was effectively a report to council to put some parameters around a remission that would be granted under that policy effectively. So council's guiding my action in approving something under that.
Well, first, thanks. I obviously didn't hear you give the answer you did earlier. Sorry about that. But I also wanted to point out that while QE2 covenant and Ngā Whenua Rahu and all the rest are ways of statutory protection, that there is still a requirement, as far as I know, pretty well every district council in the region, if you do vegetation clearance, you actually do need a consent to clear. And I think the thresholds also may vary in different district councils in our region, but you do need a consent in order to clear native vegetation.
So could you have a remissions policy that if there was a consent applied for and granted to clear native bush, that we would know, so that we could then remove the remission, I guess?
Well, at the moment, the only remissions are effectively around QE2 covenanted land.
Yeah, and I get that. I'm just, we're playing with, can we establish a new remissions situation and yet still protect our.
So that would be in, I guess, the crafting of a new policy that provides, I guess, the recognition that council's seeking for that land, but equally, there's things in terms of, is it an annual application for it or is it automatically applied? Those sorts of things in terms of how the remission actually works.
Anyway, I think those can be worked through. That's the point. I think we need, honestly, I think this is on the right track, and we've just got this one big fly in the ointment that we need to do something about.
Councillor Kneebone.
Yeah, look, I think we should explore the remissions thing. I don't think it's going to be a fast process. There's quite a few fish hooks there, and the one that I think's a real fish hook is having to apply every year. If you're talking about a farm in the King Country with a couple hundred acres of native, they shouldn't have to apply every year. So there's a whole bunch of stuff I think we should look at. I think farm plan requirement is going to be potentially a good mechanism to put around that to help us define what's grazed and what isn't, and that could be a really good way to keep track of it as well. So, but I do think we should keep moving with this. If we postpone this until we've got a better emissions policy in place, I think we're just continuing to kick the can down the road. And let's be honest, the vast majority of PA ratepayers have had no idea how distorted and unfair the system is. So anything has got to be better than what we've had. And just FYI, and right from the day I joined this council, we've talked about it every annual plan and every long-term plan, and there's been a complete acknowledgement of how crude it is, for want of a better word, So we've got to make some changes, So I still support progressing on, but let's put the emissions policy on the table for closer inspection.
Okay. Now, I had encouraged us at the start of this particular item to be looking at this as the two components of it, the permitted activity monitoring bit and the primary industry engagement bit. So the permitted activity component is moving from targeted rate 2 hectares and above to targeted rate 20 hectares and above, funding 80% of it, 20% general. So just thinking about that, and I get a straw poll on whether there is support for that approach. No, I'm trying to get a gauge of where the underlying issue might be with this. That's why I'm doing it this way. So just looking at the permitted activity monitoring, moving to an 80-20 split at the 20 hectare level. So support. Okay. So now looking at the primary industry engagement, going from 100% general rated to an 80-20 split, 80% being 20 hectares and above, 20% being general rated. So if you support that, put your hand up. with the, sorry? I'm just asking the proposal of the. So, all, the point that Councillor Nibon is making is that all targeted rates, if you pay general rates as well as you pay your targeted rates. This is the primary industry engagement. So this is the second part of the primary industry, right? So this is the primary industry engagement. Currently, it is 100% general rated. This proposal moves it to 20% general rated, 80% being funded through a targeted rate, 20 hectares and above. But I am going to note that there has been an expressed desire for us to potentially look at some remissions work we could do around the native forestry blocks.
The proposal was to start at 50%.
Oh, start at 50-50, right. Yeah. Starting at 50-50, moving to 80%. So can I get hands up if you support that? Okay, can we now move to, what's our next one?
Other.
Other.
220.
Other. 220. 220. We're finishing at 3, so we got about 30 more minutes. Excuse me, what? Man, I don't look up and then they disappear, like in the blink of an eye. Well, we still have a quorum, but does somebody want to inform them that I didn't adjourn this meeting? All right. Okay. Other, page 220.
So, Madam Chair, this is a little bit of a wrap up of all of the other feedback that we received, strangely enough, given the title on the slide. And so, Dave, just the next slide just summarised in there for you the number of submissions that have been received across the topics. They largely cover those areas in terms of what we've identified as other work that we're prioritising, with most of the submissions that have been received in support of those activities. You can just flick down through the next slide. Thank you, Dave. So just noting those, the next area that I've just called out, there was the Te Kowhai stormwater management issue that we received a number of submissions on. The report provides some feedback in terms of the situation with that community, but also, I guess, around the roles and responsibilities between ourselves and Waikato District Council, with Waikato District needing to be the lead agency. Noting, continue to engage with people in that community around revised levels of service, but being mindful of any precedent that a change there may create for other areas that are subject to land use change and intensification, and moving from a rural drainage level of service to something more aligned with the new land use.
You good? Yeah.
Yeah, just on that, Madam Chair, the local community has formed a committee in conjunction with the Waikato District Council. I've been asked to participate in that. As late as Saturday, there was a walkover of the drainage district and the location. I think it's proceeding well, and the staff from Regional Council are actively trying to find solutions. So I've got a meeting next week with staff to look at what their thoughts are on progressing this. So the community's happy with that situation at the moment. Thank you.
Councillor Murray.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Noel, just a question. Would it help you to have another councillor there with you, obviously noting that your comments around that some of that water does go through your property?
Well, for transparency, yes and no. The reality is it's not going to change. The stream is the stream, and my farm is impacted more from the Waipa rising than water coming out of the stream. It's very responsive to the movement in the Waipa. So no one's raised that as an issue. In fact, they're seeing it as an asset that I know what the water course is doing. So
good, you're in that space.
Yeah, Robbie, I'd be calling on Robbie if I thought there was an issue.
Or there's always Councillor Mahuta or myself, so.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The next slide is just noting page 225 of the agenda, which was the 11 submissions that were received that included requests for funding. A response from staff has been provided to all of those, noting basically that all of the funding requests be declined. But happy to pause there and check that position with Council.
Just on that first one, Madam Chair, the submitters have been in touch with me, thanking for the comments that were made during the hearing, and they're focusing their work with the Waikato District Council.
Thank you for that. Councillor Nicol.
Thanks. I was keen to get some clarification on the surf life saving aspect, just noting the announcement central government recently, just to get it on record as to whether that makes a difference with what we're doing.
Yes, so through the chair, it was on the 17th of May that the government made their announcement of increased funding for both surf life saving and Coast Guard. Surf life saving were to receive $44 million over 4 years. The information that I could find was that the funding was around lifeguard training and gear, beach and coastal safety, but particularly around buildings, upgrading buildings and the like. So not necessarily addressing staffing issues, paid guard hours or the like.
Okay. So our contribution remains the same as it has been? So our contribution remains the same as it has been?
Our contribution is proposed to remain the same as it has been, but adjusted. I think one of the changes that this council did agree to was to adjust that contribution by growth. 1.5% per annum, so it's not necessarily inflation, but it is reflecting growth in the region, and so an additional contribution going in there. I did make sure to go back to the actual funding deed. I know Surf Life Saving hold to the view that it is contracting level of service. There is one schedule in the funding deed that identifies the beaches and the number of hours, but it is noted as the basis on which the distribution is calculated. There is nothing in there that implies that we are paying for a level of service. But I did just make sure to check that one as well.
Thank you. If I could, just some feedback on the process in general. I think that it is very discouraging for people to go to the effort of submitting and then be told no, just from the way that we hold our process. I'm aware that some territorial authorities, they have a process earlier on in their where these things can come up and be considered and then work into the long-term plan. Because it feels like it's just one slide and we're almost going to have no discussion about it possibly.
So through the chair, we did have a workshop discussion around the Regional Emergency Services Fund.
Yes, we did, on some of them. Yes.
So it was knowing that we had incoming traffic from Surf Life Saving in particular, but the opportunity to look at that fund and how it's currently distributed, whether there was a change.
Yes.
So we did, and a number of those
and the housing
other
initiative as
recipients.
well.
Yeah, we did actually have some workshop time with them in the lead up to the draft LTP.
Just wonder if there's a way we can do the process so that there is a real opportunity, it feels, to consider these in the context of everything a bit earlier on, rather than just at the last minute, which is when they're finding multiple years in a row that it just doesn't work. And I think we might not be getting, I mean, I personally feel that the regional council could really support a lot of regional entities in some shape or form through, but currently that structure doesn't exist. Yeah.
Yeah. I'll just make a comment, and I won't look at Janine while I make it. So, well, maybe I will actually. This is a staff recommendation.
Yes.
There is an opportunity to
Yes.
to
Discuss
and
any of these, because that is the point of the whole.
Yeah, I think it's just that it feels like we might be rushing it. That's all.
And I don't.
But it is up to us. I totally get that.
This is the opportunity.
Yes.
To discuss them, because you won't get another opportunity
That's right.
later on. So I do suggest that if you want the time to do it, that you take the time to discuss these.
And this is why we always specifically call these out, so that there is obviously staff have done an assessment of it, but they're in your hands.
Because I'm mindful the Hamilton Waikato tourism one might come into that future. What are we doing in the economic development space discussion? I'd be keen to understand the Te Wharetua Māori Trust Board one of what that was, because I've got in my mind like an effective JMA kind of process, but if it was something different, I think we should revisit that one.
That's all it was.
So that was requests for appropriate levels of funding must be included in the LTP to effectively service the JMA between the trust board and the council.
Yeah. So I'm not sure what quantity would be required
So,
grant that.
So through the chair, the feedback is that we have sufficient to do that. So there's nothing more that's required to support that.
And then Creative Waikato, for example, are quite keen on a conversation into the future to look at what they would look like. I think we're currently doing so little with them that we don't know what it looks like either. But every time that Jeremy Mail presents to us, we think there's something in there. I'm not trying to speak on behalf of everyone. There's some value that could be offered there. So I'd be keen to explore the conversation further for a future process.
Yeah, so through the chair, there's a number in there that have been tagged around that future conversation on regional economic development. Because I think if we all think back to the
bigger picture,
the diagram that I think Te Waka had presented with all of the different agencies that are doing things that support regional economic development, a number of these entities were on them. With an opportunity to revisit that landscape, I think these conversations actually fall into that process.
Keen for somebody else to have a chat on this slide of.
So there's just one which you raised, and the Waikato Housing Initiative, because we did have a pre-decision by council to not fund it, even before we got to the ability to make the decision here. And I'm not sure how that stands for us to even be able to consider this in an LTP discussion, given they've come forward.
A mix of cash and in kind.
But the motion was that it was zero. So how can we even consider it?
So through the chair, I think my understanding is the request, which was at 200,000 through their submission, was a mix of cash and in-kind support. So that's where the 100 becomes 200.
Look, I think that our economic development conversations should really include the housing initiative. It was quite a close vote. I think that this council should actually consider a motion to revoke the previous piece, which was very specific, but then get into the direction of allowing that Waikato Housing Initiative piece to be part of those conversations going forward. With all the other noting that Te Waka has made it very clear multiple times how enabling affordable housing is for economic development. And at the top, as Pamela has said multiple times, the top issue for the Mayoral Forum, who will be saying a lot on the development of economic development in the future. So keen to open that up. And look, if I think it was quite clear by Lale that about the in-kind work, which was worth about 100K also as a rough estimate, was really critical support for them as well. I'm aware of the fact we have budget lines where we provide in-kind work as opposed to cash to other organisations. And I think that we should really consider utilising that, should the other motion be revoked, to provide at least that kind of in-kind support again. And the budget line I was thinking of was, for example, the Waikato Wellbeing Project, that 750K.
I've just clarified with Director Tracy May, we don't actually have any in-kind support for the housing initiative either. So
That's right. That's why I was proposing taking it from the budget line that the Wellbeing Project has, for example.
Our money.
We are supporting the Waikato Wellbeing Project in kind. We have the ability to support the Waikato Housing Initiative in kind.
I think we have an agreement with the contractual agreement to support Waikato Wellbeing, to the support we do.
Anyway,
it is difficult, this whole space. That's all I'll say. I just wanted to indicate we don't have any funding support for the Waikato Housing Initiative currently.
But we do want to have economic development conversations in future. I think that's all I was really getting at.
Just out of interest, given that we are wanting to progress regional conversations around economic development, if those conversations clearly indicated that housing was a significant contributor to economic development, is that the opportunity? When we make that later, when we have that later conversation and make the later decision around how we as an organization might facilitate.
Yep.
We could talk about it then. Yeah. Okay, great. Okay. All right. I've got Councillor Strange, Councillor Mahuta, and then Councillor Smith. Councillor Strange.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, probably just to continue along the same lines as Councillor Nicol. Yeah, a lot of these organisations, I would very much like that what they have proposed doesn't get lost, that it is within those conversations about economic development moving forward. Yeah, and just wondering what the process would be around Waikato Housing Initiative and how we might fund them, what the resolution might look like if we were to pursue that.
Sorry, are you saying that if we were to revisit this current motion?
Yes.
Or not motion, current position of council right now?
I think that the Waikato Housing Initiative one's a bit different to all the others in the list because we had a council resolution. So that would have to be overturned to be able to consider it. And that's the point I was making earlier on.
Yeah. Be Dave on it.
So what we're talking about here is the revocation of a decision that council has already made. Standing orders are pretty clear on this, that a report could be tabled to a meeting of council calling for the revocation of that decision and then justifying obviously why and any further decisions that council may wish to make. It cannot be done simply by a motion off the floor. It has to have an accompanying report.
But as we've already clarified, if as a result of our economic development conversations, we identify that as an area that we need to ensure gets some coverage, we can do it through that because that would trigger a report anyway, say. Nice, okay. Good, where am I at? Councillor Mahuta.
Just by way of following up, want to know if there were any key things coming out of the other box that would be swept up in either the CE and or a future annual plan process if there were any the higher order matters that were coming out of that space. Second one is learnings from today's process when we frame the consultation document, because today we've reframed 4 times, so we weren't really all in. So we have wasted public money. I just want to state that on decisions we were never going to support. And that feels a bit irresponsible to me, especially if we're going to go another round an annual plan for some of those decisions. It just means to me we've got to apply a greater discipline. If we're going to talk about the community, let's be consistent. Let's give them all the right chance and the right lead in time to information. Something I picked up from the submitters themselves is when we gave them options, we only gave them black and white ones. We didn't give them if you had an option to bring. So to your point, Councillor Nebo, and some proactive submitters would have known that, but if it's not in the box, then you got to either say yes or hard no. You don't know that. If you had a better idea, you could have put that forward. So it's just as a learning for our council. I think we're going to get there, but we went the long way around, in my opinion, because if we're never going to do it, we shouldn't have consulted on it. We could have killed Te Waka off here without all the embarrassment. Kia ora.
Councillor Smith.
Thank you. Just echoing some of the points made by Councillor Nicol. This is an issue about submitters coming in and raising new issues or regurgitating previous issues and essentially getting to council and council saying, well, we've got no money, we don't want to put the rates up higher than we indicated, so no. It was something that I found quite distressing, if to use that word, in my former life at the district council. And I challenged what the hell the point was of actually allowing people to come in and submit when we weren't going to do it anyway, which is your point. And I found the process that we did through the blueprint where we went and asked what the community aspirations were. And then we fed the long-term plan based on those aspirations of the community. So where I'm coming to is to overcome this issue, we should be looking at the appropriate ones here and signalling to the community that if they want us to consider anything in the process, getting it in the long-term plan proposal is the key to actually having this matter, their matter considered properly. Because in my experience, and this is the 6th LTP, anyone who comes in with an idea that isn't supported in the LTP really, if ever, gets funded. So we're just ticking a box basically, and that's no personal criticism of any particular council law. So the issue there is, if we want to do better, we should address that early rather than later. Thank you.
Councillor Nebo.
Yeah, look, I acknowledge that, and to me it's a bit of a chicken and egg thing, because this is the only opportunity we give to the public to come in and talk to us, and vice versa. And in the days when we had to consult every year, was when my first, I don't know, I've lost track of time, first 6 years we did every LTP and every annual plan. It was like an annual pilgrimage, and we stopped it because it was so blooming expensive in terms of all the documentation we had to provide. But one of the good things was that we did get in front of people a lot more. I still don't have an issue with us, as Jen has said, noting a lot of this stuff and making sure we do have a bit of a conversation about it at some point in the next 12 months. And because not all of them have to be done immediately. I mean, the planetary accounting one, I see that's something we could, you probably would want to spend a bit of time having a think about as well, all that sort of stuff, you know. So, yeah, I'm not convinced that we should try and set up a mechanism to deal with all these things straight away, if that makes sense. But
Councillor Hughes.
Madam Chair, look, a number of these were subject to workshops as we went through towards the long-term plan. And personally, I think that's the right way to deal with these, because at that time, we've then got a chance to talk to the people individually. There's not a lot of pressure on time. When you come to your long-term plans submissions, people have got a very short time frame to do their submission. I know we're not sitting around here to try and waste everybody's time, But if people have got an application for funding, then maybe we need to set some time aside before the long-term plan process to hear those submissions and give it due consideration at that time, so that when we get to this point in time, it's basically a done deal and we can move on with consideration and signing off on the long-term plan. Yeah, it's similar to what Noel said.
Councillor Nicol.
Yeah, I just wanted to share an idea that came up as I was reading the submissions and really trying to grapple with these regional entities that want the regional council to fund them so they don't have to go around 12 times. And I'm acknowledging this is not something we can do right now because it's outside, but the idea was that if you had, and this is built upon my knowledge of the Strategic Partners Forum, which we've had in the past as part of the Waikato Plan. And I've talked about this briefly with the two people who chaired the forum, which were Community Waikato, Holly Snake, and Jeremy Mail from Creative Waikato. And they had previously had similar thoughts. So it's not too out there, but a bit ground truth. But having a regional strategic partners type pot of money, where the Strategic Partners Forum, of which to be a part of, you have to meet certain criteria to be a regional entity and so forth, would work out amongst themselves how they contribute towards our strategic direction and how the funding split is even made up. So those entities would get together and say, 100 grand for you, 200 grand for you, and do a lot of that collaborating that they might need to do in order to even get a piece of the pie themselves. That could go and be presented to the mayoral forum to get a real good scrutiny of whether it meets all parts of our region, which is often an issue. And then that mayoral forum could let us know that regional council could go and approve that kind of budget to be purposed in that way. But it takes a lot of the thinking all the way down to the community groups and gets a lot of the scrutiny from the mayoral forum as well as ourselves. So just wanted to put it out there as something to consider for the future.
All right. Hey, thank you, everyone. I did say that we would be calling it at 3, so we won't continue on to the next item, which is the Chief Executive submission. We will start.
So Madam Chair, there's just a few more things in terms of the Chief Executive submission, the Motu Karaka supplementary water take and the Waikato Tainui settlement lands. And those were all of the topics in terms of the agenda.
Great. All right.
We're going to get finished tomorrow, Madam Chair.
Absolutely. Absolutely. All right. So let's everybody come tomorrow with that sort of mindset. See her through.
Before we go, could we just thank Janine for surviving and thriving during this process?
Her cold drills.
Everyone else doesn't get sick.
Yes. Sorry, do you need to?
Do we have to start at 8:30 with that briefing? Because it's the briefing on Sugarloaf and that, or delay it to, to 9 o'clock. Half an hour should be enough, shouldn't it? Not an hour.
Can we, first of all, can we just close this meeting and then we'll come back to that? Or sorry, adjourn. Thank you, Mr. Democracy. So we'll adjourn this meeting and we will reconvene this meeting tomorrow morning at 9:30. All right. Right, we're going to have Dave do our closing karakia for the day. Go ahead, Dave.
In here, mai te ura tapanui, kia wātia, kia mama.